Hello, 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 hello. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Chronicles of Azoria, episode 9. Episode 9. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So, just a few quick shout outs before we jump into everything. Firstly, if there's any tech issues, I'm sorry, because I'm doing behind the scenes tonight pretty much. But firstly, make sure you go follow at Azorianpost on Twitter for all the updates, to find out where episodes are, when we're going live, funny highlights, and more. If you're not able to watch live all the time, all of our episodes are available on VOD the day after airing and are accessible on both Twitch and YouTube. Special thanks to Antti, Martikainen, and Michael Ghelfi for providing their music for Twitch streamers. Make sure you go check out their stuff. Links are in the chat in a second when I go do it. Unless there's a mod in chat that can do !D&D music. So we can focus on the game and on the roleplay. We won't be reading chat throughout the cast. However, please feel free to follow the cast on Twitch and Twitter. Links are in the chat and or in the video description. And I'm sure they'll be more than happy to answer any questions or talk about general D&D goodness on Twitter and stuff. So, announcements out the way. Am I blurry again? Discord's having a fit, by the way, everyone.
You are a little, yeah.
We'll sorry if there's general blurriness today, but we're just gonna have to deal with it. With that out of the way, let's discuss where we left our adventure last time in episode 8. So, the group had returned from the northern town of Stalwart after exploring a hidden underground temple, beating the military who occupied the town to its full discovery. In the temple, they found a lot of iconography surrounding not one, but 2 gods, Bane and Mercure. Not very nice gods either. They found artifacts and a huge crystal that, when they touched it, granted an out-of-body experience and left both Aquis and Velia visibly shaken. The temple started to collapse, and the group made their escape, leaving behind a half-destroyed mountain and town. They successfully made their week-long journey back to Port Troston to find that the festivities and cheer of the winter solstice has ended, and now the threat of war with the elf nation to the northeast has occupied everyone's minds. The group immediately sought out Kibo, the leader of the Claw, a well-organized thief group, that gave them this task in order for them to earn his trust, and obviously a bit of coin on the side too. The group informed Kibo about the crystal, however said that it was lost in the collapse. He was slightly suspicious, but welcomed the group in as honorary members of the Claw. A lot has happened to this group in the last 35 days or so of being together. It's currently the 23rd day of New Birth. And after a night of well-earned drinking and rest, we return to the secret hideout of the Claw, the Sleeping Hollow Tavern that's built within the city, the walls of the city. However, some of you didn't sleep as soundly as you would have hoped. So, with that being said, everyone needs to think about where they might have ended up. There was a few late night skirmishes. Thank you, Megna, for doing D&D music. I was just about to do that, but you beat me to it. Pog. Velia, we come to you first of all. You definitely did not have a good night's sleep. So, with that being said, sleep finds you. You parted in a couple of wed wines, and that made sure that at least you did go to sleep. But the vision of your mind's been hyper-focused on the vision that you saw when you touched the crystalline temple. Just replaying those memories over and over during your slumber. See, she's tired. So, when you touched the crystal, you saw several different crystals just shatter out in front of you. You're in this black, empty void space. There's several of them. Purple, red, green, blue, orange. All different shapes and sizes. As you focus, you see gigantic shadowy figures behind each of them. Too distant to make out any key details. However, they seem to be locked behind something, so they're only able to watch from afar. You see these faint strands of gold, string-like air, fading in and out, weaving around you. You follow one of them. Your eye line takes you to one. You see the back of Rune, stood, staring into a green crystal, which looks ever so similar to the one that you touched, if not identical, and the one that you now carry within your troop. Without turning around, Rune slowly walks into the crystal and disappears. You begin to panic a little bit. A sense of loneliness fades into you. You suddenly notice the purple crystals glowing and radiating with a strange energy in front of you. You see your stealth standing there. What do you do?
I walk towards it.
You try and walk towards it, but it's like you're treading in tar. The movement and thickness in the air is just not allowing you that close. You see a huge shadowy figure, not as huge as the ones that you originally saw, but about 12 foot, looming over you. Long, bone-like, shadowy arms wrapping around you, whispering into your ear. But you're too far, you can't make out what it's saying. You instinctively shout out to your other self, but your voice does not travel in this space. The creature keeps its form, but turns its head to you in a cocked, swivel-like motion. It looks at the real you. Interesting, it says. The creature goes back to whispering in the other you's form. You can only observe from a distance as it breathes in and takes in the air around you. You look down, and your hands are not normal anymore. They're like old and frail. You look up in panic, and you see that the figure's gone, and the crystal, the purple crystal, is just remaining. What do you do?
I turn away from it.
Just turn away? What else?
Just turn away. Like, I ignore this kind of power that obviously can destroy me.
It follows your eye line. Like, you turn away and you're like, no. You close your eyes and you wake up and it's right there in front of you again.
Great.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Shit got real quick.
22.
22.
Dang.
Yeah.
Nice.
Your will is your own. You feel confident that you can snap out of this. You know yourself. You're stronger than this. What do? Do you touch it or do you walk away?
I walk away.
And in that moment, you snap back into reality. The temple's falling down around you, and that's where you wake up from your dream. Hot sweat in the middle of the night. Just thinking of all those, what could it mean? You saw Rune. You saw these strands, these strings. These giant shadowy figures size of mountains. But that is what you see. Everyone else, what happens? Where are you all? I know Karaya went out for a late night walk. The two dwarves might be still at the same table.
me, Karaya, and someone else, I think, all went out together.
Yeah, but you made it back, so you're all in the Sleeping Hollow Tavern. Some might have made it to your room, some might not have. So, what are you doing? It is late, by the way. You probably wake up around 12 midday. It's pretty late.
Oh no, not a late night.
Yeah, you.
Not
you're drinking
another
to-
one.
Although it's hard to tell the actual time.
We are underground.
You are pretty much in a wall, yeah, in a wall. So, but you imagine it's like 12 or something like that. Why can't I change the music? Bear with me 1 second. I'll get this to work.
Chippy!
Oh, I know why. I know why. It's copying my bullet points. There we go. So you hear crowded tavern noises around you as you wake up from your groggy hungover selves. Some of you more so than others. What are you all doing? You're all in the same room, so...
I'm still asleep, but I'm snoring obnoxiously. Like really, really obnoxiously.
Probably enough to wake everyone else up.
Yeah, that's the only reason everyone's awake. My snoring.
I get up and I punch him in the leg. Like, shut up, Bromir, get up. And I'm gonna leave and go downstairs and see if there's any breakfast type food still available.
There is, yeah. You hear the smell of fresh cooked meats being prepared in the kitchen adjacent to the bar. I'll load up the bar map for you all. Give me a sec.
Okay.
You know that there's a chef that works back there. And over here.
Can't remember. Did we all make it back to the tavern and the?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you made it back. Although you got back about 3 a.m. So yeah, there's food available all day. Fresh meats, oatmeal, porridge, fruits, bunny.
Excellent. I'll get a little of everything and get a big platter for the group.
Okay. Yeah, just mark off
spend, I
like
don't know.
5 silver.
5 silver? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll drop 7. Just because I just want food.
Yeah. And you just get an all
and-
sort platter.
Yeah, I'll bring it upstairs.
Nice. Thank you.
So I'll move you all. This is your room.
Breakfast on the floor. Hell yeah.
I've got an
So-
absolutely splitting headache, by the way.
Where'd they have the drink that's ale but not ale?
There are cobwebs in our bed. There are cobwebs in our bed. I'd like to alert everybody that there are cobwebs in the bed.
It's one of the only bed models I've got. Okay, that's not a sleeping bag.
Letting
Well,
you
there probably
know.
is a couple of cobwebs and stuff. Yeah, like it's not the.
Are they really?
It's a thieves guild. It's not the place of
I mean,
ultimate
you don't like
hygiene.
eating spiders? Like a normal thing.
In your entire life, you eat over. If you're a human, you eat over 8 spiders.
It's an
in your
urban
sleep.
myth. I don't know if I believe
If
it.
if
It's an
if
urban
you
myth.
if you're a
believe
human,
it.
if you're an elf, you live longer. Therefore, you eat far more spiders.
If you're a third folk, you eat about 10 a day.
Amelia groans a little bit and she just walks away.
Karaya laughs. Karaya did not sleep well. She had
I'm gonna set up over here.
awful nightmares of her past.
Visibly shaking. Got it. If you're free to move around where you want, discuss what you want. Just let me know what you want to do when you know what you want to do. We're at that weird part in a D&D campaign where it's the open wilderness of Azoria is in your hands. So.
I sit up on the edge of the bed, and it's just right up the back of my neck, and I groan, and I ask, why'd you wake me up? I feel like shit.
And all you hear from outside the room is food. Eat.
Because he's walking out with a giant platter of just meat.
Yeah, just steaming hot food. Probably smell it as I walk by.
Oh, wonderful! Our hero.
You're taking it to this table.
Yeah, and I plop it down on the table. And I just start digging in.
Yum 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 yum.
Feel free to move your
Surprisingly, the
tokens
smell
over.
didn't make me want to barf.
Yum yum yum.
You've been hungover plenty of times, like.
Yeah, but this was that really good wine stuff.
Oh yeah, the alchemy
Yeah, I
jug. You got
drank
the
a
best
lot of
one.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably emptied
Fair.
it, to be honest. You got to a point where you were just passing it around the bar.
Yum 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 yum.
Where's our table? Oh, over here.
Seems to be your table. You come back to the same one.
My case is worse
Sounds
worse for wear tonight. Falling over.
She's still drunk. Help her take a chair.
Are you joining the group, Velia, or?
Velia is feeling a little bit like she needs to decompress after her vision/nightmare. So she's gonna go grab some food and sit at a table relatively alone.
Just so you know the current time frame, it took you probably about a week and a couple of days to travel back. So you would have had that vision around a week ago, but the nightmare obviously brings it
Oh.
back to life. Yeah.
Fun! So fun.
Recurring
No.
Velia has
nightmares.
been off for
They're the
like
best.
a week. Velia has been like very weirdly off for like the past week for all of you. Like she's been kind of spending more time alone. Every time Rune gets near her, she like gets really weird and just like shuts up a little bit, which is odd of character for her. And that's where she's at right now. So she's gonna go try to find a table and sit alone and just eat.
You are carrying the bag of holding as well, so you are currently the one that's currently carrying the crystal, just as an FYI too. Unless you wanted to pass it to someone else.
Nope.
Just like, nope.
That's fine.
Velia would be holding on to that, and she's gonna sit right here at this table by herself.
It's fine.
Mariah is keeping an eye on her. Just because. If a person needs space, they need space. But also, they're carrying our big bad loot, so they need to be kept an eye on. Kept watch. I can't words today.
Yeah, just roll me a general perception check. Just let me know, Velia, if you're wanting to sneak off or do anything hidden.
Oh no, I'm not taking off. I just want to
I know.
just. Yeah.
It's just she's watching you, so.
I forgot to open my character sheet, so bear with me.
That's fine. No worries.
I knew I was missing something.
She's not hiding, so you're keeping an eye on her. It's just in case anything, what's that?
Anything interesting?
Yeah.
Sus.
You're all digging into your food. It's good. It's not the worst. It's not the best, but it's definitely not the worst.
I mean, it's bar food.
It's greasy. It's a nice variety, to be fair. Usually some places just have porridge and maybe a little bit of dried fruit. That's it. So the different assortment.
This
19.
isn't that bad.
19. Okay, good to know.
While I'm eating my food, I'm just observing, and I see Velia off at her table at the end. I observe Akis. I want to see how he's doing. I know it's been a week since we've gotten back, but I'm just kind of curious. Just observing, seeing what's going on.
You'd still be pretty shaken up about what you saw.
Is that something I can see?
Are you trying to hide it?
No, I wouldn't be hiding that.
Then
You need me to roll?
no, I would say you can see it if he's not trying to hide it.
All right. I'm not gonna address it directly. I'm just gonna nod over at Akis, and I'm gonna nod over where Velia is and say, "Hey, what's up with her? She's been like this all week."
Dunno.
Dunno.
Guess they've both seen some stuff. Velia hasn't shared yet. She was in a trance for much longer. So I'm sure she'll tell us when she's ready.
I still don't know what to think of what I saw.
Maybe you should talk to her.
Maybe.
You guys have shared an experience there.
Maybe you saw the same things.
Compare notes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna point my finger over towards Velia and just send a cheeky little message saying, "Do you mind if I come join you?" I'm just gonna cast a message at
Cast message,
Kendra.
yeah. Pull out some copper wire.
I'll reply with like, it's not like a yes, but it's not like a no. It's like a do what you want.
Shrug.
Shrug, slash shrug.
Couldn't hurt to find out, right?
Okay. We'll follow Aquis and Velia over. The rest of you are just, I assume, talking and enjoying breakfast amongst yourselves. That'll
Yes, these chairs are very hard to fit into, Akris, I understand.
We managed to find a way, always. So what did,
Perfect.
oh, yeah, how are you feeling?
Sweaty.
You're feeling what now? Sweaty?
Sweaty. I keep waking up and from my dreams covered in sweat, and I haven't exactly had a shower, if you will.
If it makes you feel
Or a
any better, I
bath.
can't really smell anything anyway, so...
That does make you feel better, thank you.
This place kind of, in general, smells like a piss hole, so...
Yep, I don't want to think about how much I'm contributing to that. Face all the rest of the group, sorry. It was really funny.
How comes you've been not sleeping? Did you, I don't know, by chance see some weird stuff?
Every night.
Did you see the eyes as well?
Did I see the what?
The eyes, the four eyes, the big red eyes. Did you see them as well?
I don't think so. What did you see?
I'm not sure. I don't think you really want to explain it to the others, but there's like a similar feeling to some stuff that happened in the past. And yeah, there was a crystal, 4 eyes, orange crystal I think, or yellow, maybe yellow,
Yellow.
and it was telling me to eat or consume or hunger something. It was weird.
It called me interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Did it sound coherent, or did it just sound like some weird creature thing barking orders at you?
There was a lot of whispers, but then there was a clear comment, and it called me interesting.
Because there was 4 eyes, and I don't know many creatures that have 4 eyes. So maybe it was 2 things.
Spiders have a lot of eyes.
Spiders do have a lot of eyes. Spiders are tasty. I like spiders.
Okay, alright, that's disturbing. Did you see anything about Rune?
I mean, he's over there eating.
I'm gonna take that as a no. Okay.
Well, what did you see?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Something bad happened?
Bad is a strong word. And then, as if like, she's putting on like her facade or facade or however the fuck you pronounce it. Her demeanor changes from totally normal to like totally bubblegum happy again. And she's like, anyways, such dark topics are just like not worth talking about.
I mean, sure, I guess.
How's your breakfast?
I haven't eaten.
You should probably do that. But like spiders, maybe not the best for breakfast. I don't know. I'm not you.
I mean, I like spiders. Spiders are tasty, especially when you cook them up.
Maybe you can ask the chef
Spider
for some
leg.
cooked spiders. You should probably do that.
I don't think this is the type of place that sells spider legs.
How do you know? Have you asked?
Have you seen that people were here?
And she like makes a big show about looking around, and then she looks back at him and she goes, I just don't presume to know what people want to eat.
I don't think there's going to be any spider legs. Looking at the bar, looking at the food that they've got on their plate, it's like normal people food, I guess. Human food.
Oh, okay. Well,
Not my type of food.
riveting conversation, totally. What are we doing today?
God, I haven't even thought of it. need to
I've
find
been
work.
thinking. I don't do that often, but I've been thinking, and
It's a
I've been
scary
thinking
thought.
that we should probably do something today.
Like what? What you got in mind?
Oh man, that's too much thinking.
I think it's dangerous.
It is so dangerous. Thoughts are dangerous.
Maybe we should leave the thinking to the stabby one.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go over there and ask them to think.
Yeah, it's also to think. See what they want to do.
Yeah,
Anyway,
let's do it.
yeah,
And then we go over there and we tell them to think. And it's literally
As they approach the table, Ryan turns around. We're going to the capital.
Hey, on,
I'm glad you've done some thinking.
yeah, we were thinking it was getting like dangerous, so we figured, maybe the other brains of the group, you can think of something to do.
And it looks like you did. Congratulations. I love it when people can think. And I want to clarify that for the rest of the group, all week long, Velia has been so moody and like not bubblegum happy and like not herself, right? Like she seemed deeper than normal, and she suddenly seems as if she's just back to normal. Like very happy, very go-lucky, very dumb.
Pariah throws Velia a suspicious look, like a showingly sus, kind of like,
Velia
I'm on
responds
to
with
you.
the blankest, dumbest smile, just like.
Alright, well, we're gonna be going. I actually don't remember, DM. I think did I acquisition some stuff for before we traveled or not? No, I
You
just
asked-
found out prices and stuff.
Yeah, you just found out price and stuff.
Okay, cool.
It was pretty expensive depending on what you wanted. At this point, though, you hear a tiger-like roar shout up from down below, since you guys are on the second floor. Birdman! Where's that bird?
What did I do last night?
I think he means you. What did you do when you were outside? You left for a long time.
Don't remember.
Great. Well, you better go shout down now.
Better watch out, friend.
Balcony's over there.
Tiger might be looking for his next breakfast.
I'll give him a fucking scratch and a kick before he gets it. Travel downstairs.
You
Find
see
out what he
him.
wants. Do you need us to come with you?
That should be fine.
You
Alright.
see him stood on the stage here.
I'm gonna watch from the balcony. See what they're up to.
Doors open. He's like, "Oh, here he is. Come on, we got some business to discuss."
God, what did I do last night?
He doesn't shut the door or anything, so it's up to you if you want to leave it open.
Yeah, I'll leave it open.
Okay. Doors open.
Pariah's gonna sneakaroo closer to the door.
Okay.
Not really sneak, but damn, she knows him.
Move to wherever you guys want to move to, and let me know if you want to eavesdrop or try and sneak close or whatnot.
Yeah,
There is
I'm
like a couple of
definitely
people here, so
Definitely gonna casually hang out here and like definitely not eavesdrop. But I'm upside down, so
Yeah,
Consider
I'm
me
doing the same
dead.
thing. I'm just like hanging out with her and I'm trying
we're
to.
just
pretend
we're just chill
we're
here.
pretending
Like,
we're talking, but we're talking very quietly.
yeah.
as
I'm
Just a bunch of
sitting at the
socialites.
table.
that's fine. He sees you approach first, Aquis, and then he sees a couple of your party filter down the stairs, a couple of beats behind you. He's like, "You want them to hear? I might have some interesting news for you. Shut the door if you don't. It's up to you."
Heard about the thing I gave you.
Yeah, some of my scouts came back, informants. Don't know how
Because-
useful it's gonna be, but
I close the door.
you see Aquis close the door.
I can't hear anything. I'm coming back to the table.
So I did this because I'm curious, and you scratch my paw, I scratch yours. You asked me to look into a red banner with a white boar signia, right?
Close. White banner, red ball.
Okay, potato.
Oh shit! I got the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's
That
it.
was
No
the other
information.
Ruined. Everything's ruined.
That was the murder hobos.
Clarifying question, I get it.
So, there is a group that flies a similar bat. However, it's not of a boar. It's of a fist, although it's the same colors. They're a smuggling / raiding group, apparently, that travel not through the Komorra Pass, but over the mountains. Apparently, they have a secret path. It's quite interesting. Might be useful. They're known as the Grounders, or at least that's what I'm told. The operating model, apparently, is they buy information from other groups of travelers about isolated settlements, groups, towns, either in Tristram or Uraso. Then they raid them and sell the profits wherever they can, but they attack both sides. Now, because they do that, from what I understand, they're a roaming group. They only set up camp for a short amount of time. I've not heard anything recent, if these are the people you're looking for. I can ask my informants to keep an ear out, but as this is the first time I'm hearing of them, they fly pretty under the radar and I probably won't hear anything. But if I hear something, I'll let you know, I suppose.
They definitely fit the bill.
That's all I could find out. It's quite an obscure request, and I don't really have too many contacts that side of Uraso, so. Anything else?
How much would it cost to have people look into this each week? I'm gonna need to fund this out of my own pocket.
It's like stabbing a needle into a haystack. You know how big Uraso is. You look like you're from there. Tristram's just the same, and now with a war looming over us, shit gets messy quick.
I am from there. And I
He knew.
the scar on my back where my wing was.
A wing? Wings could be useful. Anyway, we digress. Look, I like you. My tip would be, if you can find some information on that secret pass, you might be able to narrow it down. At least have someone watch it, maybe. I don't know, but that would probably be the best bet. Other than that, they could be fucking anywhere.
Any idea if it's north or south of the pass?
I think
just around
south.
it.
I think it would be south. I don't think they'd go up near the L's, to be honest. It must be a pretty long path. Like, numerous days to go over those mountains. Probably a week, maybe more. You know those mountains, I guess, maybe.
On foot, at least a week.
Other than that, unless you've got any, like, magic or something that could help you. Might be shit out of luck.
Shit out of luck right now. I'm working on it. Thank you for the info, though, Kyber.
Oh, good. Alright, get the fuck out.
Yeah. Before we go, have you got any work?
Maybe something coming up, but nothing for the next couple of days at least. What do your group specialize in? B&E, killing. What should I look out for?
Demolitions.
What have we done since we've been together?
Oh yeah, you wrecked a mountain.
Yeah, we managed to wreck a mountain. We burnt a load of ships. What else?
So more of the destruction rather than the sneaky aspect, I imagine.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Sneaking, retrieving lost items. You name it, we can probably do it.
There's more work in the sneaky category, especially with a war coming over. You don't want anyone pointing fingers back here. But if I need some muscle, things get a little bit out, then maybe.
There's definitely one or two of our group that would probably fit the bill for sneaking, but the rest of them are very clumsy.
I see that. Well, If you drop by every now and again, I'll let you know. Obviously, you know where we are now, and we know that too. So keep your mouth shut about that. By the way, I like you guys. Don't really want to, have to get rid of you.
If
But
it's
anyway.
a choice between fucking you over and fucking over someone else, I'd rather fuck someone else over. You've already done
That's
me a
what I like
favour.
Well, like I said, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. But yeah, everyone's kind of, we're in that weird limbo where you don't really know if war's gonna break out. War's good for people like me. It creates a lot of chances to smuggle things, move things, supply things, grease the right palms, but no one really knows which way it's gonna go yet. Apparently they're calling a lot of the forces to the main capital, so we're waiting to see.
Any news on why? Oh, just
Tensions
Just
have been
because?
rising for ages between the elves and the humans. It's years in the making, but there's a lot of different rumors. It's hard to know what to believe, what to not. Some people say they cut down some of their sacred trees. Some people say the elves are retaliating and destroying their settlements in response, and then it goes into an everlasting back and forth. And stole magical items, didn't, blah 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 blah. You know how these things are, freaking politics and shit. Try and stay out of the politics side, and just know who's the corruptible ones, who's the ones that are gonna line my coffers. But it's not been unheard of that some politicians leave notes for us and jobs for us to get rid of all the politicians. So that might be an angle too soon. We'll see. It's an interesting time, loads of work. As long as war doesn't come here. But we're on the coast, so if it does, we'll fuck off in a boat or something.
There's maybe a lab between you and whatever that is. Anyway, I'm gonna fuck off and get out of here.
Yeah,
Go back to you and getting some food. Alright, thank you again.
no worries.
As I walk outside, them lots still out here or?
Don't know, are they still out there?
Nope.
Yeah. Nope, you shut the door and no one's there anymore.
We gave you privacy as you wanted.
Well, you know how to take a hint.
Go way up to the table and start munching on some food. Whatever meat I can get my hands on.
Nice.
I see a key sit down and I nod over. What was that all about?
I'll tell you later. It's too many. I'm just gonna make it that I'm looking around like random people. It's too many eyes. I'll tell you later when we're out of here.
A random guy walks past and goes, "Well, excuse me," and just carries on walking.
See? Too many eyes.
Where's Krya and Velia at this point?
Right click, flip.
Watch press F.
Everyone's here at the table.
Oh, back at the table.
I am like making my way back from the bar. I need my morning juice. And by juice I mean grape juice
Whiskey.
that is fermented. Juice.
It may be worth noting, with tensions rising, I don't know how the humans around here are going to react to you two, but we should be careful.
You be careful. Karaya makes a point of always hiding her ears, which aren't extremely curved, by the way, under her hair, because she's locked out in that respect. So, yeah, it's already an issue. The haircut always covers it.
Velia has her hair pulled back like an idiot.
Amazing.
And she looks at her ears and she looks at you and she goes, "Oh." And then she casts minor illusion on her ears, turning them into human ears that are just very large.
Okay. I think minor illusion only lasts for a minute or something, though.
Oh God!
You might
damn
need
it.
disguise
Okay.
self for a little bit longer, but yeah.
Oh,
You prove that
She
you
doesn't
can
care
change
enough.
them.
she doesn't care enough. She just doesn't care.
They
Yeah,
change.
I mean,
yeah.
She's a little lazy.
They fade away.
I'm not saying you need to hide it. I'm just saying we got to keep our eyes out in case someone
No.
tries to start something.
In my experience, it's best to hide it unless you're in friendly territories. People don't take
a good experience.
people don't take kindly to our kind in human lands.
It seems to be okay so far.
Yeah, I feel like it's been fine so far. What do you mean?
Never mind.
Don't
Yeah,
take kindly
people-
to your people around these parts.
We don't take too kindly.
Suddenly, this bar's Scooter's bar. So
I've had experiences in different towns where it became more of an issue, especially when bargaining or trying to being straight up refused service in certain areas.
Damn.
So you never know.
Rude.
Very.
They know
Sometimes,
gold is gold.
sometimes you're just straight up killed for it. But as I said, grape juice.
I mean, if anyone gives us issues, I can just make myself look like that Commander Lyros lady. I think that was her name.
yeah, Knight Commander
You think
Lyra.
we'll see her again?
Not
at the,
Commander Lyros, yeah. I could just make myself look like her if anyone starts giving us problems.
That would be useful.
We're going to the capital, right?
Yeah,
We are.
You think we'll see her again?
Probably.
So, you all finish your breakfast. Probably after the talk and things like that, and as a lazy day, it's probably coming to around 2 in the afternoon. What would you like to do? Are you leaving the Sleeping Hollow?
For me in particular, I've got a lot of things that I've picked up along the way that I don't necessarily want, like a longsword, some of those jewelry items, etc. So I'd like to pawn those off somewhere.
Yeah, we can roleplay it out, or you can just send me a list of what you want to sell, and I'll just give you a lump sum of gold for it, something like that.
Yeah, I'll do that. Cool.
Sound?
Yeah, I've got a couple things as well.
Everyone but
I
Aquise
can send
can
that to
also
you.
put 200 gold into their bags from the job from Kibo.
All right.
Everybody but a keys?
Yeah, I already picked mine up.
Well, no,
Okay.
you had the information Aquise instead.
Oh, fair.
'Cause you said don't worry about the payment, so you
Did you
didn't.
say 200?
200, yeah. I might have gave you a little bit more, but I was lazy and couldn't be bothered to go back and check.
That would cost me a whole disguise.
As I'm leaving, I notice before I put the gold in that my pouch is feeling considerably lighter than I remember it feeling. And I just kind of do a double take, but then shrug it off and put the gold in.
The ogre gives you all your weapons back, just shoves them all clattering along the floor. There's no finesse there. It's just like, there you go. It's like all the wood just gets torn up with a few of the weapons. But yeah.
I need new gloves.
You do. Yeah.
I need new
You
gloves.
probably do need new clothes after the acid attack.
I'm still constantly disguising myself because my clothes are fucked.
Oh yeah, you've got no feathers.
Mark off your slots.
Yeah, how are your feathers doing?
Just a little,
I mean, I
pimples of
a little nubs, I
protruding
think.
through.
I don't know how long but your race feathers take to regrow, so I'll let you lead that.
I've got. I think we left that last time. Like, I've got little nubs like, Deadpool. Little mini hand.
Little mini feathers. A
Gross.
lot of bare skin showing through. So, when you come out of the wall, you are around here. In Styx District. So, where are you wanting to go? What are you wanting to do? Is it just... Obviously, we can say you take the day to sell stuff. You want to put it in the Discord chat? I'll literally let you know how much. Thank you for the water.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that after.
Blood Buffy here. I'm gonna check that the dog's not like fucking something up in the background.
That's fine.
During this
Ryan
time as
just
well,
runs
I
off
would've-
chasing a dog into the distance.
During this time I've spent outside as well, I would have repeated everything that was said in that room with Kybo, except the stuff about, the flag and the group.
So yeah, just the bits about work and might have a job
good.
coming up in a few days and stuff like that.
Good.
Yeah.
And obviously when me and Boromir are separated from everyone, I'll reveal everything else to him. About the past, and if we ever get something that makes us go back that way, I'm gonna check out the southern side first.
Also, Rune's a cube again.
God damn it, Rune! How dare you be a cube?
I'm so strong.
He's a mimic.
He is a mimic.
It's the beast.
True.
That's why Velia's scared of him. She sees him for what he is, a cube.
True.
She knows. She knows
I'll put
too
you all
much.
out here. Who's leading
Keith
the
is
group
freaking out
through
a little bit.
town? You do have a
Reminiscent
car,
of the
so...
jelly.
Oh yeah, we have a cart, don't we? We should probably pick that up.
It'll
my
just
God,
be
did we
outside
prepay?
the... Actually, no, you left it over here at the...
You left it somewhere.
Yeah.
You actually
Yeah,
paid a
shit.
guy at the Red Ruby Inn.
Yeah, we should
To
pick
look
up
after
our.
it.
We should pick Roach up or whatever we called the horse.
Yeah, Roach.
Definitely not Roach.
Please don't sue us.
Too soon.
Okay,
I had.
fucking spliff.
Tobacco. There you go.
Call him Croach. There you go.
So as far as for me, I'm just hitting up the market to peddle my wares, and I'm just following the group. We'll
Are you
pick
wanting
up the
to
cart
sell
and
your
then head to the
wares
capital.
in the slums market or the actual markets in the market square?
in the actual market square?
Okay, that's fine. Just different
Yo.
prices, different vendors and stuff. That's fine. Yeah, just let me know what you're selling, and we'll sort it out. Likewise for anything else. Is there anyone wanting any specific items to go shopping? You're all got a bit of coin, so
I'm good.
I would like new leather armor, preferably a little bit better than the previous set, because I think I was quite cheap previously.
Oh, okay.
Like nice
Thank you.
light leather armor, preferably
Uh,
form-fitting.
Okay. You want it tailored? Tailored stuff takes a few days generally, but if you just want leather armor that's pre-made, you can get one that's good fitting. Just normal leather will run you like 10 gold. If you want something that's like studded leather, that'll be like closer to 50.
All right, let's go with studded leather.
Okay. Yeah, you can add that on D&D Beyond.
Okie dokie.
Well,
Minus,
they're,
minus how much gold?
50
Dare
gold.
I ask?
50 gold for studded leather.
Rip.
Okuro is in that store as well. I'm just going to pick myself up like a simple wooden shield or something. Something cheap. Doesn't
Okay.
need to be fancy.
Yeah, 10 gold. It depends, because it's like an actual armor / weapon shop she's gone to. It is still kind of, it's not like a ripped off keg of wood. It is
Yeah.
actually, cured and fancy done, and it does have like filigree on it a little bit to the degree. It's not like a royal knight shield or anything like that, but it's a functioning shield. That'll be 10 gold. Anyone else want to do a little bit of light shopping?
Not
Hey
this time.
DM. Hey DM, you cheated me. It was 45 gold.
Hey, he's ramped up the prices. She's looked it up. You need to say you want to haggle.
Oh shit! What a haggle! I've already removed the gold. Whatever. I'm a big spender today.
Yeah, you go out from the slums.
Actually, can I sell my old adventuring gear thing?
Your
Or
old
whatever.
clothes that are burned to acid to shit? No.
Give them to a homeless person.
Yeah, a homeless person would probably take it.
Donated.
Rune, I've got I've got a question for you. Do you think I've never used one of these things before? This shield. Do you think you could show me how to use it?
Sure.
I get a funny feeling after the thing I did with the jelly. I probably should be a bit more careful.
Yeah. Let's not do. Hopefully, not do things like that again. The more we stay alive, the better.
Don't try and do things that other people do, and don't die for jellies.
Exactly. Don't follow Bermir.
Yeah.
I think I still have a clear unknown potion in my inventory.
Yeah.
Can I take that to someone to figure out what the hell it is?
You can. Velia would have been able to identify it, so I'll wait until she's
I don't
back.
think she was able to before.
She can identify potions because they count as magical items.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't do it. I'll ask her when she comes back because it'll be free. If you're getting someone to appraise it and do it, then it'll cost you. That's all.
Yeah. All right.
Velia. Hello.
Velia?
Would you have?
Headset.
Would you have casted identify on Bromia's potion or not?
Definitely.
Yeah. So you would know that it's a potion of invisibility.
All right. Let me update that. Thank you.
A very handy potion.
I think you got that in the Auro's cave, right? When you met the
Yeah.
necromancer.
I've just been stacking stuff in my backpack the whole time. I haven't really looked inside here, so.
It's a shopping episode, everyone. Inventory sorting episode.
There's always one.
How's our horse and our cart? Everything's in order.
Your cart is pretty much battered because I think it was just a spare cart they had lying around. It was one that they bodge jobbed to fixed like a tarp to, just so it's a little bit of covering, but it's functional for the most part. The horse is looking pretty hungry. Not really had, it's just had basic feed. I think it's been here for 2 days now, so a bit restless.
What do horses eat?
Hey, apples.
I don't know.
Hey, fruits.
Anything pretty much, but hey.
Yeah.
Exactly, but hey.
I'm just gonna go to the market, just buy like a random assortment of fruits and vegetables, and I don't fucking know, whatever looks weird, and just put it in a basket and bring it back.
Like a basket's worth?
Let's say like a 10 or 12 vegetables, just to say,
Yeah.
for argument's sake.
Yeah, just mark off a gold. And you get a random.
Sugar
You
cubes.
got a basket full of veg. Like
They love sugar cubes. Grab some of those.
they'll be expensive. You can get some sugar cubes.
The horse gets some vegetables,
Damn it. An apple.
maybe. If it's lucky.
Get him an apple.
No.
You did call the horse a name. I can't remember what you called it.
I don't either.
I don't remember.
It was something silly like
Yeah.
like.
Wasn't it cat? Didn't we call it
Frederick.
cat?
There you go.
Did we call it? I don't think so.
Frederick.
called it
We'll have
another
to check.
animal.
We'll
I
have
remember
to.
that.
We'll have to check VOD.
We called it another animal.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Roach.
Nope.
No.
Our
So
horse is actually intelligent, so no.
Oh, wow. Ooh, anti-roach movement over here.
Like that horse.
yeah. What are you wanting to do?
How many days, how soon are we planning to leave?
The sooner the better. What else we got to do in this town? I'd like to find out what. I'd like to get to that library in the capital to find out what it is we've been dealing with.
I'm pulling out the map that we've got just to kind of gauge how far we are. How far away from the capital? How many days?
The map's not entirely accurate. But you imagine it's probably, if you're traveling by cart, sticking to the main road, probably about a week.
Bruh. All right.
So I point this out to the group, and guys, we should make sure we've got enough rations and stuff to get us through. It's going to be a while. We don't necessarily want to stop and hunt for food.
I'd love to hunt for food. Let's go.
I would love to hunt for food.
Fresh game.
I mean, if you guys are confident in your ability to get something, then yeah, let's do it.
Yes.
I mean, we should grab some supplies just in case, but
Yes.
After
should
you
be fine.
We
After
are
you're all
not going
done-
to hunt bread.
after you're all done shopping and things like that, it is pushing probably about 5 in the evening. That's fine, Sophia. Just give yourself 90 gold and mark off the jewelry.
Okay.
So if you want to set off now, it would be like a nighttime embarkment, or it's up to you.
It doesn't really matter considering none of us are blinded by darkness.
True. You
Just
still
more of
suffer
a-
from
more
general
of an energy
Our
tiredness.
horse needs to be able to see.
Yeah, horse can't see in the dark.
And being exhausted is not a good idea.
That's true.
Yeah.
Unless you did get an item that helps you see in the dark, didn't you? I'm pretty sure. So you might be able to strap it to the horse somehow.
Did we put that on the horse?
Let's try. We should try.
Who's got possession of that thing, by the way, that was in the
I
chains?
don't remember what the thing is.
Saying.
The vial.
That would be Velia. I assume it would be in the bag of holding.
Right.
What is
Velia,
the name
you-
of this item again?
Yeah.
It's just skull adorned urn. For all sake and
Unopened.
purposes.
Velia, have you had a chance to look at that urn more since we got out of there, out of the cave?
DM, have I?
I don't know. Have you? Have you studied
I would
it?
say yes. Of course, I'm going to say yes.
So yeah, what would you have done with it? You took it out. You can look at it.
Or to
You
cast
remember
identify
that
on
there
it.
was a ring. The ring doesn't have an inscription on the inside of it, but none of you can read it. There was the hilt, like a golden hilt of a greatsword, and you identified that, I believe, but it looked like it to be a broken magical weapon. It was once magical. It had traces of magical energy, but long since broken, or at least didn't work. And then there was the jar. Would you have identified it? Would you have pulled it out and studied it? Okay. Let me find out what it is.
We'll go on a journey of discovery together.
I'll come back to you in a second, because it's on my other notes that I don't have loaded up, because you side-blinded me. But yeah, discuss what you want to do, and if you want to buy more horse feed or something.
Blindsided.
Yeah, I mean, let's assume we got all the rations and feed and stuff that we need. Who's gonna be driving the cart? Rune, you taking us again?
Yeah, I can navigate us.
All right.
Alrighty.
It's
Do we
straight
wanna-
east, right? There's a road.
Yeah, well, it curves a little bit, but we'll follow it around. I don't think there's any reason to
It's still the road.
go off the main road. Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. Just because it curves, the road should follow that curve. You know, that's how roads work.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, listen, I'm still tired. I got a headache. Give me a break, okay?
Dwarves.
Okay.
I can teach you if you like. Hey, I'm a stone again.
If you are buying horse feed for a week's journey, that would run you probably a gold a day.
Okay,
Ugh.
I'll cover it.
I
Because the
can cover
vegetables
it.
is more as like a treat kind of deal. Your identify spell, Velia, would have identified it just as an iron flask. It just tells you that it's an iron flask or urn. That's pretty much what you see from face value, but it's beautifully adorned with skull-like imagery that match the rest of the temple. And there is like a stopper, like 2 chains on each side and then a stopper that can easily be
Yeah, not
unclasped. It's not opened, it's sealed, but your spell does tell you that there is a creature trapped inside it. But you have no idea what it is.
Cool. I'm gonna backtrack in time for a second. When I was investigating this, I went up to you, Rune, and I said, "Can you cast identify like good or evil or whatever it is clerics do to determine if there's things nearby?"
I can, I think. Let me consult with my Crimson General.
Crimson General.
No, I don't. Oh, there it is. No, that's protection.
Was this in the temple? Because I'm pretty sure you cast it in the temple as well, right? Or would this have been like in the Sleeping Hollow tavern room?
This would have been in the tavern room.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll tell you, I can prepare that for tomorrow. Whenever you ask this to me.
Well, we can backtrack it if you want to, because you would have done it at the tavern.
Yeah. Then I can use. I can perform this and detect evil and good. Lets me detect any of it within 30 feet of me. Aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead.
Do you know which type it is?
No.
Unfortunately,
I just know if it's one of these.
Unfortunately, the spell doesn't work. It's not. It's like it's inside
not any
something.
of those. Oh,
It's what?
that's terrible.
No,
Because
he would know if the spell worked or not, but because whatever this jar is technically it's not keeping the creature in front of you technically, so generally it wouldn't work.
Yeah, it can penetrate some barriers, but yeah, I get what you mean.
So you wouldn't have known that until you cast the spell, and then you cast the spell and like, okay, it's not taking hold or effect, so I'm not too sure.
I'm not getting a yes or no on this. I mean, whatever it is, it's protected from my sight.
Fun, super fun.
Also,
okay.
roll me a wisdom saving throw, Rune.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
16.
You know that crystal's in that bag that she's just pulled the urn out of, and you feel its pull towards you, like you have been feeling it for this last week. And the only reason you don't go in there just to look at it is because Veely's in the room with you.
Oh.
Noted.
Can I perceive this or try to perceive this?
Roll me an insight check, and if you wanted to deceive her, roll me a deception check.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a 4 on my insight check.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hide it. I'm very curious.
I would say, even because you rolled a 4, he's still hard to read. You're not too sure if his goals but he does keep glancing to the bag as he's casting his spell on the urn. You don't know why. It could be any item in the bag. But...
Okay. Could be my magical bead of forces. You know, beads of force. I love those things.
Could be anything.
Party tricks.
So when I asked Velia what that was, is that information that you shared?
Yeah, I tell you there's something inside this, but we don't know what. We should probably save it. Actually, I'll roll this out. So there's something living in here, but like, my guess is we release it as a last resort. Like, we're already gonna die. Something good could happen, something bad could happen. Like, one of those moments when you're like praying for a miracle.
Yeah.
So, and it, trying to think back, I mean, a lot happened that night, but it was surrounded by markings to protect it from both good and evil, right?
Yeah. The spell
Why did we
is
take this
protection
thing?
from good and evil. So
Because I'm a loot goblin, that's why.
Because she wanted it.
I mean, why would a
It's their-
DM put
it's their
something in a
precious.
campaign if you're not supposed to steal it?
Hello.
I mean, it's got skulls all over it, and it's got protection spells all over it. Looks like bad news. Says the person who looted acid.
Yep.
I bought a bunch of stuff that session, DM, and I do not have it in my inventory, even though I know I added it.
You had a ring of resistance
Thank you.
for necrotic, which you're currently wearing because you equipped it. There was a golden greatsword hilt. There was, I think it was 4 beads of force. And you also have a scroll of Mel's minute or mini meteors that you got from the essence. What's that?
Was it psychic resistance?
No, it was necrotic. Necrotic
Thank you.
resistance.
Yeah, and it was 4 speeds.
It was,
4,
I have the
yeah.
4 force feeds, I don't have everything else, which tells me I was adding stuff. But that it just didn't go through somehow.
And you have a broken. You have a broken sword hilt that's adorned in dragon iconography from the gelatinous cube. You have a scroll of Mel's minute meteors from the gelatinous cube, and you have a pair of goggles of night from the gelatinous cube.
Wait, sorry, what was the scroll?
Scroll is Mel's minute meteors. I think it's minute or mini meteors. I can't remember. But I don't know who has the great sword. Who has? Someone has a golden great sword hilt from the first floor, and someone has a silver dragon adorned longsword hilt from the jellies. So I
If
don't know.
Karai has the golden one, because you were playing for them and they were meant to just pick everything up, and it was in that one room.
I looted the jellies, yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have the silver hilt with the dragon adorned silver hilt. That looked like it was a broken magical weapon.
I like.
Which level is the scroll?
Just level 1.
First level spell.
Let me have a look. Mel's minute meteors. It
Minute.
is a 3rd level spell.
Oh, that's delightful. Thank you.
No
Can
problem.
I go on a journey to find a small anvil?
Yeah,
Something like a traveler's anvil.
a traveler's anvil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would probably run you about 20 gold. Then it'd be heavy as fuck.
What kind of weight are we talking?
Like heavy. Even a
So then
mini
can I
anvil.
can I just get like a steel plate or something?
Yeah.
Just like a heavy steel plate.
Yeah. Still a heavy steel plate, probably like 10 gold just for raw steel in a plate form. Wouldn't form any
Yeah.
function of being used to put on armor, but you could put it on the ground and hammer something against it, if that's what
Okay.
your intendance is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want. Just something that's portable, that's not going to weigh me down so much, and like I can just use it while we're setting up camp or something.
You can have a mini anvil. It'll just have to be the bag of holding, or you'd have to just struggle carting it around.
But I know the bag of holding has I think we talked about it having a weight limit, right?
I don't
does
play
have
bag
a
of
weight
holders.
limit.
I don't play bag of holders for weight limit. It's a size limit I go for in bag of holders
Okay.
more than anything.
Would it fit in the bag of holding?
Yeah, if it's a small one, because it's just a small bag of holding. So as long as it's like just a
Yeah.
mini one like that big, then yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get that then. I want that, and I want to get a whetstone.
Sure.
A sharpening stone.
So what am I adding in my bag of holding?
An anvil. A traveling anvil.
Wow.
So it'll be
Oh
20
boy,
gold
that's
for
gonna
the
be
anvil,
noisy.
and just a silver for the whetstone.
Okay.
That simple thing.
Oh, this has turned into an inventory episode.
Literally, there's always the shopping episode.
What would you
everyone.
like to buy?
No, listen, we don't need to look for work. I mean, we can either just head out now, or we can just try and find more work here. I don't
Is
know
there a
what the
bounty
end
board
goal
in
is.
town? Like a notice board?
Unless you guys are feeling like breaking into a library, just for the shits and giggles.
So what's in the library, exactly?
Books.
Books. Secrets.
What do you think is in libraries?
To be fair, we may find some
Food,
more
food.
info on the things we found.
Exactly what I'm thinking. I have low expectations of the local library, so I'm kind of writing it off. Unless we are bored and have nothing else to do tonight,
You
and
got
don't want
told.
to travel.
Yeah, you got told that the main library is obviously in the capital. There is a library in the military/nobles district, but it's, you know, as you
Risky.
granted, like, so you know you don't have permission to get in there. So that's up to you if you want to figure out if you can get in there. And then there's more of a public library in the temple district, but it doesn't hold. You probably know it just doesn't hold anything really.
So we're either breaking into this library or excuse me. all that grape juice. Or we're going to the capital and just like getting a better library altogether. So it's a question of how risky we're feeling today.
Maybe we
Currently-
practice breaking into this library.
Practice? we don't have. Well, yeah. You know what? You could actually turn us into nobles.
It's currently
could.
about 6 in the evening at this point, after all your shopping and your late stay up, and we'll let the cast think about what they want to do for the rest of tonight's adventure while we take a break. Let's go and take a break. So we will be back, everyone, in 5 minutes. Go get drinks, go get water, go get snacks, and we'll see you soon once I cue the music up, because I need to go do that. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Fair.
Okay. Be right back. Let's go. Hello. We're just getting back from break. I know, Magna, being so healthy. You know what she's ordered as well? Everyone, my other half just ordered takeaway. She asked if I wanted anything. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm pretty full. I'm happy. She's ordered a deep fried Mars bar. In her defense, she's pregnant, but still, a deep fried Mars bar.
I think that's the best defense. I'm pregnant.
Literally.
I have a plan.
Okay. There's no. Everyone's just dispersed. They're looking at random stalls before they're packing up for the evening. Karaya and Bromir just stood together. I have a plan.
I've already discussed it with Akis, and Velia was sort of kind of loitering in the background, so she mostly heard it. But the plan is.
Where are you having this conversation? In the middle of the market?
No, we're whispering. Duh. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna save my plan.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just just bring the audience in. Let's know where we're having this talk. There's not too many people around. It is the main market, so there is a lot of people around. It's true.
I thought we were still on a break.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
People are still on a break.
All right, cool. All right, so I'm gonna like whisper, like no one can hear me.
Okay.
No one can hear me.
Whisper. ASMR.
It's
Sorry for that.
going to be.
No, it's okay.
I've got a great plan. I've got a really good plan. Okay, so you guys are gonna have to go find Knight Commander Lyra. Make sure that she's distracted. Meanwhile, Velia, either myself or Akis are going to ourselves. Futzel going to be accompanied with on serious business that nobody's gonna question. Nobody's gonna question the. But she needs to be distracted elsewhere, away from the library. Yeah. What?
Right. I just nod. I'm like, yeah. All right, sounds good. I have no idea what she said. Like 90% of it was like, there's chatter going on around. Yeah, I was just like,
Okay.
yeah. Great plan.
You're totally focusing on the band.
Yeah.
Meat good.
All right.
The other people reconvene now from browsing little local stores. Velia comes over, Aquis and Rune come and join. Bromir and Karaya.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to mention the thing?
I was trying to, but apparently Boromir did not understand anything I said, so I'm gonna repeat it to him really, really quietly.
I'm just gonna say it normally. Hey, don't expect Mike Commander Lyra.
No, it's fine. You can talk normal. I was just joking. You don't have to whisper everything. Just say I'm talking quietly.
That's an ASMR.
So we're gonna go do something at the library,
We're gonna do stuff.
and we need you guys to make sure that Knight Commander Lyra doesn't show up at all, because it could go bad if they do.
Now you guys have been in the military district, even though you were being guided by Olvar at the time to Lyra's. You know that she doesn't inherently work in the library. She works out of the main barracks area, which is like a adorned area and stuff like that. You don't know which building is the library. You just know it's somewhere in there.
It would be very, very suck if she was even in the area, seen walking by half an hour ago, and then suddenly coming in from the other side again.
So hold on. We're not leaving yet.
Unless you guys want to. Unless you guys want to. I mean, we can.
I thought we were going to the Capitol, but if you got stuff you want to do in the library, like.
Well, here's the choice. Here's the choice.
What are you looking for in the library?
Books.
A book.
Anything in particular? I mean, we can get you a book if that's what you want.
didn't think that far ahead.
No.
Okay.
Are you looking for sultry poetry? What's going on?
No,
got this
we're
master
looking
plan.
specifically for. There's a
Are you looking
plan.
for Tusk Love?
I'm looking for steamy romance novels.
That's
My
DMCA.
personal favorite.
No, seriously. We're looking for some literature on the gods that we've been encountering, and possibly anything that might cover the weird purple fungus that we have previously seen and completely forgot about.
Sounds like we're
Now-
gonna need a lot of time to do a lot of reading and a lot of research.
No.
Yeah, to be fair.
we come in and steal the books and then fuck off.
Do we read them
I'm
on
not-
our way to the capital?
I'm no noble, but I'm just saying, like, based on
Clearly.
where this library is, I don't necessarily think they would have even kept anything relevant to that. Like, it probably got burned or thrown out at some point. My vote is we go to the capital.
As a noble, DM, can I attest here that my parents hated magic and they were nobles and they didn't keep any record of anything magical. And so my personal experience is that nobles do not keep magical things in their library.
You're a noble.
This is just to me.
Hey,
This is just to me. You, from your experience in your home city, you would know that they do keep books on magic, but it's very much under lock and key in certain areas and only granted to special people with permission. Not that they throw them away, it's just restricted more so. But there is still the knowledge and culture of preserving knowledge, whether it be for nefarious means or good means, they still preserve it. And most libraries do tend to go over this. You're trying to step into a different race's shoes, primarily human, and you know that their ideals vastly differ from elvish culture as well. So there is a chance that in this library in the military district and noble district, there probably might be a book around deities and gods, good and evil, you know, books on everything. But different types of books will be gated off, even from nobility. So there'll be a section for nobility to use, and even it might even be restricted access beyond them. So there might be more locked doors and things like that, depending on the subject matter. But you will know that most scholars and most libraries, even when nobility go in, there's always a scholar attending them. So they'll always have like a scholar with them to fetch them books, to help guide them around the libraries. If you imagine, there's thousands of books. A scholar going in there and going, I want to research this, they would still be lost for days. So the scholar's job is there to just, okay, we have a section on this. Here's 10 books, and then that's where you research and read through it. But that's what you would know.
Share this information with the group with a haughty tone, as if like you didn't know this. Hello. I knew this.
We still have an invisibility potion as well. But we might want to
Yeah,
save
but we
that
want
for
that scholar. We
later.
really want that scholar to give us the information that we're looking
Oh,
for.
no. Oh, I got ahead of myself. We come in, we ask for a certain section. Scholar faces away. Third person grabs book that is needed. Yeets out.
I see. I can also cast invisibility. In
random
case
book.
anybody didn't know that.
That's true.
I can cast invisibility.
That'd be assuming that there's no one that's keen-eyed watching you.
Yeah. That. Is this worth the practice? Is the juice worth the squeeze?
Squeeze. But yeah, there's a bigger library in the capital, but even that will have restricted areas depending on what you want to research. But generally, it's open to. There's like a public area, then there's a student area, so it's not already gated off, if that makes sense. But you still have to have credentials or papers depending on what you want to research, kind of deal.
All right then.
Squeeze.
All right then. Let's go to the capital and just same plan, but there.
Oh, there's no point me turning into that Laros person there, because it makes no sense.
I suppose we would be burning bridges if we failed to break into this library. Yeah.
We really want
The
to work.
juice might not be worth the squeeze.
Who knows? You might be able to just walk in and pick up what you want and walk out.
Maybe.
Just to play devil's advocate.
I'm always up for a challenge, but also, I don't know.
We're gonna plan a library heist, chat. Hell yeah.
We need.
But I have zero prep for it
Yes.
and no idea who's gonna go this way.
Yeah,
I'm down.
DM, what
I'm
up?
down. I'm down. I'm down.
I still have that letter from Oliver that says we're working on his behalf. I wonder if that would gain us better access at the library.
Would save a lot of hassle.
I mean, we could also turn into Knight Commander Lyra, which would grant us even more access.
Which would be suspicious in the capital, because what is she doing in the capital?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm saying for here at the military district.
That's what I thought you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What would be better? What would have more weight?
So let's go about this way. Why don't we have 2 teams? Team A, chaos. Go in, Commander Lyra, see how far you can get. The other team, they can go with the credentials and see how far they can get. I've go in after the exact same thing. Just see what happens.
Just a thought. Disguise self does make you look like the person, however, that
I'll
doesn't
speak
change
on
the
them.
voice.
Yes, so we'd have to try and mimic
Yep.
that.
Mimic it or have someone speak on her behalf.
Well, as much as I love the
gonna
idea
be
of splitting
great.
the party,
I mean,
it may look a little weird that within a span of, the short amount of time we've got 2 groups of people searching after the same stuff.
I mean, you said you had a
Up
letter
to
that
them,
says
the
you're working on behalf of someone, no?
Yeah.
Doesn't that person then work for Commander Lyra?
Yeah.
Well, she'd oversee, yeah. So I think just lead with that if we're doing that.
Sure, we'll do that.
But wouldn't
Okay.
we be risking
Risking...
if the commander finds out that we did this and this had nothing to do with the letter that they'd given us?
How are they going to find out?
People talk.
How would they know?
How would they ever know?
They're not
They won't
gonna
know.
know.
I mean,
They'll know. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
What's the plan, guys? We're going to the night
Don't be
district?
suspicious. That's our plan. Is don't be suspicious.
Am I moving you over here?
listen, I can not make myself turn into that person. I can just chill and make myself look like a normal human.
What are we doing?
Okay. Let's try the less risky option then first. And just see if the letter will get us in to the
Alright.
library at all.
I mean, in theory, we're being perfectly honest anyways.
Yeah.
Our whole
Read this
original
letter.
job was to deal with the missing caravans. And it kind of ties back in a weird roundabout way, but
Yeah. We're doing
Yeah.
God's work. A God's work.
So the sun's setting at this point. It's pushing probably about 6, 7 in the evening. The market's wrapping down for the most part. There's no night market inherently here. There is in the sticks. There's just like a 24-hour one. Velia, you notice out of the corner of your eye with your crazy amount of perception that there's like a shadow move. And then you look, there's nothing there. It's just a shadow. You don't know if it's just the sun gleaming down weirdly. And then you walk for another 5 minutes to go. Towards, obviously, your intention. You guys are chatting as you do, and another shadow blurs in the corner of your vision. What is that? You walk over to it. You'll notice it. Nothing there. Some weird shadows in the alleyways. Not even in the alleyways. What you see one on like a stall right next to you. Just shimmer slightly. Weird.
Oh, that's
Only Velia noticed this.
Can I cast Identify on the shadow?
are you gonna fondle it?
How long
Are
does
you
it
gonna
take to
tell
cast?
the rest of the party?
Yeah.
It takes a minute to cast it.
If I cast if I use a spell slot, it'll take a minute.
You only can identify objects as well. Shadows technically aren't
God
objects. So.
Damn it. Okay.
But you can try.
In that case, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You take the time, you cast it. Other than what you have magical on and around you, there's nothing here. Although the bag of holding is just fucking like a radiant sun. Like you're
Yeah,
like, wait,
see that.
what? The bag of holding puts stuff in an extra dimensional space. You know this. You've identified it. You know what it does. Why the fuck am I carrying around a mini sun? Like, why is it like glowing? But only to you, obviously. But yes, just bright white.
Is it more than it may seem?
No, just that whatever's in that bag of holding seems to be. You don't know. Roll me an intelligence check.
Okay.
Familiar magic.
Sec. Okay.
Yes.
Hang on. I gotta find the button. There we go. Oh yeah, 12.
12.
Very smart.
All you know is that the bag of holding shouldn't show anything what's in it. But for some reason, the artifact you're carrying around is somehow bending some sort of reality in there. And you can visibly see it.
Bad. That's bad news. That means that anybody else that casts Detect Magic will see this. This is bad news.
It's not like an entire area, it's not glowing you up, but when detect magic you can see glowing things essentially, but this is like so much energy, it's just like a right radiant sun.
Oh, great. I'm gonna assume this is the crystal.
Yeah, you would assume.
But
yeah.
And I don't see anything in the shadows, so that's fun. I'm gonna walk up to Rune hesitantly and whisper at him, "Hey, can you do that good and evil thing again?
The what thing?
The good and evil thing.
The good and evil thing?
The thing that tells us there's things near us."
I imagine I would have kept that prepared, so yeah, I could do that.
Would you get to prepare? You let me?
I mean, not right out in the open. I mean, let's find an alleyway or something.
No, I think you should do it right here.
No, I refuse.
Oh.
and I attempt to lead Amelia to a nearby alleyway, like out of
Velia's
sight.
like watching the shadows, like just like watching them like adamantly.
Okay.
What are you looking at?
Are you casting Detect Good and Evil?
You seem distracted.
There's things.
There's things. What kind of things?
The
they
things
have
that
color?
shimmer.
The things that shimmer.
Yep.
The sun's not out, so right. It's past dark. Sun's going down.
It's
you
currently
guys talking
golden
about?
hour.
Golden hour. Great.
There's a lot of shadows, yeah.
Okay. I will. Yeah, I'll cast Detect Good and Evil
On yourself?
once we get out of sight, and can I just make sure no one's keeping an eye on us?
Yeah, roll me a perception check.
Okay. 19.
Yeah, you dump into an alleyway really quickly. Everyone's doing their business. You don't see anything. There's nothing moving. Velia, you don't see anything. You cast it on yourself. You don't see anything yet. It lasts up to 10 minutes, though.
Okay. Yeah. No. Everything seems fine to me.
And
No more
Velia is
than
so
usual.
suspicious, like her eyes are squinting, like her whole face is just sus. Like
Sus on Rune?
sus.
can roll an
I
insight
put a
check.
shoulder on Amelia, and I put my hand on your shoulder, and you need to trust me.
It's not
do
you.
it.
It's the shadows.
What shadows? I do
Ones
a
that are
about face
moving.
around. Do I see anything like what she's talking about?
No.
Does anyone else in the party notice any of this, like, mumbling?
You notice that they go into an alleyway and cast it. You can follow them if you want, but yeah,
No, I don't care.
No, it doesn't bother me.
you three are just stood in the market square like, what are they doing?
I'm gonna follow them and be like, what the hell is going on, guys?
I think one of them looks like
Walking
There's no shadows. Nothing's moving. Are you sure you're okay?
Now Velia's pissed, by the way. Now she's just like, yes, I'm perfectly fine, and I did see shadows moving. But if you can't see them, that's not my fault. I rolled a 13.
No, you don't see anything.
Nothing.
19 for me.
Nothing.
Velia's like so
Yeah.
frustrated right now, you guys. Like she's like feeling gaslit and like horrified and angry. Whatever.
Well,
Looking around to the
No.
others, like,
My perception was more to look at what they're doing, see if one of them looked like they really needed to poop or not. Just like a lot of arm flailing and stuff.
yeah, what do
You
shadows
see
look like? Do they
Velia
have
is
any
like
features?
visibly like kind of angry. You've been in this alleyway for like 2 minutes or so, just talking. Are you moving on, or what are we doing? Keeping the spell up?
We're moving on, I guess.
Spell lasts for 10 minutes.
10 minutes,
yeah. So I'll keep it up for its duration.
Are you moving towards
But-
the military district? You can see the big gates and towers now as you head in there. It's
Yeah,
another
let's
5 minutes away, 10 minutes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. As you move through, about 3 to 4 minutes later, you pick up a little blip of something on your spell rune. And then as quickly as it shows up, it disappears again. It almost makes you second guess yourself.
Did I get a direction before it bamfed out?
To your right,
Before it went away?
like
my
another,
right.
like a canopy of a stall.
Okay.
Like you moved into its kind of range, and then it
I
just
pause for a second and do like a glance over to the right and continue forward.
you don't see anything.
Okay.
I think Rue needs to poop now.
A little came out.
And then, just as the spell's about to fade, as you're getting to the gates and the guards are noticing your approach, you see,
Swagger
you
on.
feel something behind the guard on the right, and you're like, "Wait, is this guard evil or good, or what is he?" And then you're intently looking at him, and then it just fades again, and then your spell naturally just drops.
Okay.
Guards approach you all. What is your business today? It's pretty late. How can I help?
Who's got the letter?
Pull it out here. Hold it up. We
May I?
we need to get into the library. We've got we're looking for some additional information to help a mission we've been tasked with here.
Okay. May I see?
Yeah, of course. And I'd hand
And
the
in the
letter
lab.
from Pulver.
Don't see too many requests from him. All right. You can go through this checkpoint. Do you know where you're going?
Yeah, we've been in here before. Actually,
Okay.
we had a meeting with Commander Lyra previously.
Lyros, you mean?
Sure, yeah.
That's the one.
Okay. Yeah, carry on.
Yes,
Don't
that's
cause
the
any
one.
trouble. Obviously, we can give you access to here, but the scholars are they're their own funny business, so they might ask for more. I don't know. But yeah, they let you pass through.
Noted. Hope your shift ends soon. Have a good one.
I know,
Put
4
the new
hours, but yeah, maybe.
Graveyard shift.
At least it's not the night shift. And he kind of chuckles to himself.
Ha ha! We walk on.
You all make your way in, and some of you, you know, oddly dressed, but not inappropriate. Some nobles walk past you like, ugh, and kind of make way for you and give you a wide berth. You definitely see a lot more military presence in here. Like, you see like a guard patrol walk past you. You see, you know, then suddenly a couple of minutes later, you see a guard just perched up on a corner or something. Quite a lot around here. What are we doing? You don't know where the library is? Who's helming the search, or you just wandering?
Did we see it last time we were escorted to Lyris's?
No, you just see a bunch of buildings.
Cool.
After a little bit of
We
a
should
walk
have,
inside, I want to recast the detect good and evil.
Okay.
I'm suspicious that I'm picking it up just in this area of the city.
It only takes an action, so you can just cast it. It's not
Yeah.
like a big duration. But you want to do it hiddenly, or?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna try to do it when we're being the least, noticeable. When people aren't looking directly at us.
Okay, roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Can I guide him?
If you were a cleric.
You guided us.
That's a 1.
That's a
Oh,
1. You cast the
+2.
spell. You
+2.
You're not very sneaky about it. It's more like you try and hush and whisper the incantation, but you cough, and then it shines brightly. Just draws a little bit more attention. Luckily, no guards spotted you. A couple of nobles are like, "What the hell?" But seem to just move on with their business, going to their homesteads, maybe.
Why do you hide that?
Hide what?
That thing you just did.
Why did you try?
Why are you trying to hide it?
I mean, magic is accepted generally, but when you're a stranger in a place of the city that you're not familiar with, it's generally not a good. Magic may not be looked upon kindly.
Are you not like a holy person?
I mean, I am to an extent.
What do people care? It's not as if you're doing anything malicious.
No, but people can be suspicious.
At this point, boom.
When they
You
see something, they
feel
don't
something on
understand.
your left, and it hangers there for like a second. It's a wall, it's just a wall on your left, and it disappears. You don't see anything there.
Okay. I'm picking up
Weird
something.
magic phasing
strange.
going on.
Yeah, I'm picking up something strange. I'm getting hits on my evil spell. I'm not seeing anything though. So, I mean, something's
the shadow?
around, but it's not around.
What's that, Velia?
Do I see the shadows again?
As he points it out, you look over and you didn't notice him then.
Sus.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Karai is going to ask the next passerby, hopefully a noble, where the library is.
Oh, you're looking for the library. It's just over there. This circle tower-like building. I'm pretty
Thank
sure.
you so much.
No bother, and just gives you a nod, nods his hat, and
Wonderful.
You lady.
Now we know where we're going.
and as you approach, you see this not a traditional like square castle building, but like what is essentially a tower. Although it's not like a strut, it's just a big circular building instead. Probably 150 foot more in diameter. It's quite a large tower strut. Not like a wizard's tower or anything like that. But yeah, you approach there, and you see a couple of robed figures outside, like kind of in the doorway. Hello, can I help you?
Here we go again. Let's pull the letter out. Yeah, we need some help tracking down some additional information for some tasks we're doing for Oliver.
Okay, it's quite late and an unusual request. Usually
Still open, aren't you?
we're
We're in a tight schedule.
We're open all day, every day.
Then it doesn't matter how late it is.
It's usually we're briefed about such things. We know to expect people.
Urgent request. Urgent timing.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage because the letter, or what you can both roll. It's up to you. So I'll say Bromir can roll with advantage, or roll 1 and Velia can roll
I got a
2.
12. You want to roll
Yeah,
again,
12.
or go for
Okay.
Bromir?
So Bromir just a normal roll,
Yeah.
not advantage.
Well,
You need some new dice.
I do have advantage. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you advantage because you are doing the letter.
Okay, much better. 19.
Nice.
And what are my bonuses? What was it?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. So 18.
Persuasion.
I'm -1.
Got a 0 on that first one.
It's a dwarf. Come on now.
Looks at
Keep it up
you,
with the
looks at the
stereotypes.
axe. Okay. Hands you the letter back. Cleo, and she waves over, and you see a robed female, brown hair, comes over. Can you show our guests here to whatever they might need? Obviously, to just what do you need? What are you here to research?
Full of
I-
things.
Now's not the time to be coy.
we need to know so we can help you. Looks at you curiously.
I'm no one else is going to. I'm both the names of the two gods or deities that we're looking for information on.
I'll pull out one of each ring.
Something about
Oh my.
it's troubling things. People going missing on the road, and it's linked to this. So we've been asked to look into it.
Along with the farmland, having some kind of purple moss that's destroying stuff.
Okay, so our
We're trying to see-
herbalism
we're trying to see if
section
there's a
and
Connection.
our deity section. That can be
Mhm.
arranged. Do you want to do one then the other, or do you want to split up your group?
One than the other.
Okay.
Sure.
Which one first?
Deities.
TDs.
Okay. He passes you off to the young brown-haired female, and she leads you to a section of the library, and it's beautiful, like marble floor, tapestries hanging. Not super large, but all these like curved bookshelves. And you go up to like the second floor. There's a few tables around, and you feel like your presence and your footfalls are just muddying the carpet. That kind of feel as you're going along, and you're like dusting yourself off a little bit. And she gestures for you to sit at a table, and she's like, "Right, the gods Bane and Mercure, correct?"
Yep.
And she, is there any specific more guidance on these deities, or would you like for me to just pick a selection for you?
Pick a selection, and if there is any literature surrounding the buildings and artifacts that were built in their name in the near areas, that would be amazing too.
And if there's any,
So more
I don't know.
architectural type information?
Yeah, and if there were any related cults that were brought under their name.
Cults. That might be a tricky one. I'll have a look. And she toddles away, and about 5 minutes later, she comes back with like 10 or so books stacked, puts
So
them on the
fun.
table. I will just be over here if you need me. And she sits off at a littler table that's just got one chair, just reading herself, but watching, keeping an eye on you all. And this pile of books is there.
Thank you.
No problem. They're keeping a close eye on you, which is kind of normal etiquette you gain. That's why these specific smaller tables are set up. But yeah, she brings you over an assortment of books. Whoever's
Are they
looking
all in,
into them.
Are they all in common tongue?
All but two. Two are one. Actually, no, they'll all be in common tongue because here they do translate a lot of certain areas. But maybe certain parts and footnotes of books you might not be able to read. But roll me, whoever's looking through these books, let me know what certain angle you want, and then roll me an investigation check.
Well, there's a lot. Perhaps we each take $2.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab one that's more related to the cult aspect.
Cult
Sounds
aspect?
more
Okay.
I'll
about
take
that.
all of them.
You can't, they're grabbing two. You can grab two. What aspects are you wanting to research, Correa? Specifically.
How many were there on cult? How many? What's left?
Architecture, someone mentioned, so there's a few on that.
Okay. Architecture and artifacts, I guess.
Okay, one of each. Let
Mhm.
me just put this on repeat. So what you roll is 23. I'll do it individually, so it might be a bit easier. Did you roll 23? Great. So on
Should have
artifacts,
given me the cults.
you're flicking through the books. On artifacts, you don't find out too much. You do find out, like, you already know that a lot of people that worshipped any deities wear iconography, whether it be rings or trinkets or brooches or necklaces, but they always have some sort of iconography on them.
Were they
Although,
charmed?
although evil deities, they tend to have more of a hidden approach. So generally not rings, but more like hidden artifacts on their person. So it's quite unusual that these people would be proud wearing this iconography, essentially, because people would notice it potentially and frown upon it. But general artifacts, you don't really find any mention of crystals or anything like that. You do read in that there's cursed items, and you go down a rabbit hole of any magical item and things like that could have a curse attached to it, and they have multiple implications, and they generally feed off the user. But you don't really find too much exploring in that. Architecture wise, you find that a lot of deities, especially from the era of Bane and McCule, they came up together, essentially. There was one second, let me find the notes. So Mercule was more of a man necromancer. He also goes by the name Lord of Bones, Lord of the Dead, and the Reaper, which is fun. Originally, he was a mortal man, and then ascended to godhood alongside Baal, who's the god of murder, and Bane, who's the god of fear, hatred, and tyranny. But it's not unheard of that they do share worshippers, because they all rose to godhood together. And they do share temples and things like that, although the iconography for them is very different. But you do find that there's a clear link of these three gods, which is...
Wait, 3?
Yeah,
Sorry.
3.
Bane, Mercule,
and Baal.
Ball.
But you didn't see any iconography in the temple for Baal.
Right.
And most of them as well were mortal men at one point. And then you think back to the artwork that you've seen in the various battles, and that might be depicting them in a previous age. So that's what you find out. Aquis, what were you looking at? What did you roll?
I wasn't.
You wasn't? Okay. Julia, we'll come to you.
Ophelia is looking for anything about things that would be trapped inside of containers.
Okay. That wouldn't be in the deities section. So do you want to ask the scholar to fetch you some books from somewhere else about that?
You know it. You know it. I want to
Trapped
ask
in
about
containers.
entities that can be trapped inside of small vials.
Interesting. Maybe. And she goes away as everyone else is researching, and she'll come back to you with some books in about 20 or so minutes. Roll me an investigation check. We'll come back to that. Bromir, what are you researching, looking at?
Yeah, looking for any I'm trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. So regarding the cult practices, specifically trying to identify, we saw the skeletons there that were just like, I don't know if they starved to death in position or something else was going on, but something to do with a ritual that would result in death for the followers.
Okay. Cultism, they don't really have a broad book sense on this, so the DC is going to be much higher to find some information. But what did you...
I got 19.
19. Okay, it's pretty high still.
What was the
Investigation
that?
check.
Investigation? Yeah, +1, so 20.
20. Okay. You do find a book. It's more like it's less of like a knowledge book, but it seems more like a handwritten diary of someone that was in one of these cults and then left. And they talk about manipulation, brainwashing. You become indoctrinated almost into the culture of it, and it is your life. There's nothing outside of that. There's a lot of different practices where people could get into this, but usually they're introduced to it by someone else, or they fall into it because they're pulled off the street for hard times. Promise of coin or work or whatnot. Usually it starts off with little tasks, and then it just snowballs out of control until you can committing pretty nefarious deeds. Are you doing the same search as well, Sophie? For cultism?
Yeah, pretty much.
What did you roll as well? Just because I might tie it all in. We'll see.
A net one. Heavily distracted.
I'd say you're working together with Bromir, so you think.
Okay.
It's not unheard of that these people work themselves to death or are charmed by these magical entities or enticed. You go down a spiral hole of demons, and the whole succubus is like entrancing people, and suddenly they lose all their free will. You look into like the ritual aspect of it, and generally you find that the rituals are not in tune, that they just lay down and starve to death, like a sacrificial ritual, but it could have been like a form of like, I give myself to you as an offering, rather than as a sacrifice, like as a spell or a ritual. More of like a commitment to this person to transcend, and maybe they transcended out of their body into something better, something more, something that could slip boundaries of the mortal realm, something that could go into planes. And then you start reading about planes, and like different planes. There's planes of air and earth, which are just more like elemental planes, but then there's like the realms of death, and then you see a subplot and a sub-hole about the 9 different circles of hell, and you start going around that, and that's not necessarily linked, but just like information overload in that area. But yes, these people, you kind of get the feel that from your experience of looking at them, they probably more likely offered themselves up or were charmed into doing so, and they might have transcended it into something else, or were used for some sort of purpose, but that purpose escapes you. Not necessarily a magical ritual of sorts, but there was some purpose to it.
See, this is interesting.
A lot like the ritual we saw in that cave with the
I was just going to say that, Rune. Yeah, it's interesting because this is very much like what we saw earlier.
So, wonder why the military was digging around there. What were they looking for? They wouldn't know that the crystal was around here. Like, I'm saying, that Karai says this in a hushed tone, so that Cleo is like politely not turned away. Or possibly still getting somebody else's books.
She looks a little actually she is distracted. Velia sent her off. Although she's still on the same floor as you, she's glancing over, but she's out of ear range. And she starts walking back as you're having this conversation. The books for Velia.
It's odd.
Okay.
It's all connected.
What did you get on your roll, Velia? Because this is going to be a really high DC.
13, so 13. I don't think I got it.
You do find there is books on, like, she brings you about 5 books or so that are just assortment of magical items. It's like a compendium of sorts of no magical items. You know that anyone could create a magical item with the right inspiration and the right drive and technical know-how and magic, although there's some like rings of protection and things like that which are more mundane and mass-produced magical items if you have the right materials for it. Although magical items as a whole are rare and quite rare across everything. But yeah, unfortunately you don't find anything that relates to creatures being stuck inside different planes of existence or jars. You know for sure that it can happen because you've got one in your possession. You just don't know what purpose that would serve. Vice versa.
Oh my god, wait, I never thought of this, but as soon as we get alone again, I'm going to ask Cry to send a message to this creature.
A message?
Yeah, like a telepathic message.
Can I
Like,
do that?
it like hits me as I'm going through this, like, oh shit.
Same with a message
I
spell. I think with message spell you have to actually see. Is
Do
that
you?
right?
No, you don't have to see them.
You just need to be in
Let me
range.
see.
You
Because
need
it's
to
like
be in
cantrip.
range and point in their general direction. It has to be able to pierce a certain amount of material.
Ah, okay.
The
So
vial.
that's the limitation for it. So I was gonna say it's a good cantrip, but there is some sort of limitations for it.
But the vial's not a foot of stone. It's just iron.
No, but you know from the identification of it that it's a small jar and it'll work kind of similar to a bag of holding. So it's not the creature's generally not in the vial, so to speak. It sends it to a different.
Ah!
Sorry to be a buzzkill, but yeah. It's kinda how it
I'm
works.
so excited.
Over it.
It's a good idea. It's a good
Bailey
idea.
just reading. She looks up from her book and just screams.
Ah, there is messaging spells that do transcend planes of existence, but they're much higher level.
Got the Ouija board.
Oh my god.
D&D
Okay,
and Phasmo crossover.
my character, I really need to use the bathroom because I just chugged a bunch of tea, so
That's
I'll be
fine.
right back.
Yeah, go for it.
Um,
But yeah, that's the extent your research found. It kind of ties it all in together. You were looking at architecture as well, Bloodbroth. I forgot to mention. As Cray, you're looking through the last couple of pages, you do find that ages past there was a certain type of necromancer that artificially made infections and plagues, and it does kind of ring home to Bell the colorization of one of those, but you're not too sure.
The moss.
The moss, yeah.
Right, okay. Well, damn.
There's actually one thing I wanted to ask the thing to look for a book for. I think
Yeah.
Sure.
Persons of natural magic without having means of learning.
Okay, so more like sorcery magic.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, do you have any books on? Karaya is thoughtful about like asking the question out loud, but necromancy. Not spell books, but historical
she looks
records.
at you kind of like.
Historical
No.
records of anything.
We have the books on the nefarious deities that we brought over to you, but nothing on necromancy. To what I understand about necromancy, it was a magical art form that was lost. Who knows when ago? And forms of that transcend into the magic we know today, like healing magic, could in certain words be identified as a form of necromancy magic because you're healing wounds or inflicting them, so to speak. And there is still like some spells that do cross into that area, but the practice and art of necromancy was long lost, even pre the calamity, to my understanding. We don't have any records like that here.
The art isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for, I'm looking for records of it being used in pivotal events. How do we know necromancy existed? There has to be some sort of
We do
records
know
of
it
history.
was around pre-calamity, but the calamity changed the world as it is today, and a lot of that knowledge was lost, which
Not
good.
even myths?
There's
Not even written down myths?
There might be myths of it, but we don't have anything like that here, unfortunately. Maybe in the capital, but yeah.
She looks at Boromir.
another invasion incoming. Say the eyes.
I'm gonna have to build a library map, aren't
Thank you.
This may be better, a better question for someone who's well versed in magic, but looking for information on why, what the purpose would be behind a protection spell that protects against both good and evil.
Generally, protection from good and evil is a common used spell, especially by people from the divine nature of magic. When the spell was created, it just incorporated both. Whoever created the spell, I don't know, but that's just kind of how it always has been. Protection from good and evil. But I suppose there'll be offshoots of the spell that can just protect from one. But it's not as widely taught, there's no. People can make magic from anything. People make new spells every day. It's just this one. And she looks over to Rune. It's probably, a much more widely taught one, at least. Why teach two individual spells when you can get the job done with one?
Fair.
For Crytek, you Aquis, a book about, I'll have a look, and she comes back about 20 minutes later. We do have a couple about, the more like autobiographies, about people that didn't go to a school or a college to learn magic, but more so was born with it. She lays the books down for you. What are you trying to research specifically?
How they became aware that they had such gifts, and is there a way to invoke it in someone?
Roll me an investigation check.
19.
Yeah, Leone, we're rolling dice, damn it.
She's distracting me. She's asking me if we're winning at D&D.
We are
How
winning.
does one win at D&D?
Are you winning, son?
Are you winning, son? That's what I'll say. 19. So you find that there's the practice of magic where people can learn it and study it, and that's like a different form of magic where you're harnessing energy from the world or different topics around you. But some people are born with the skill, known as sorceresses, and it comes from deep bloodlines with magical beings a lot of the time. Things like dragons and that kind of mythology. So dragons are a creature born of magic. They were given their magic by the gods of the world in Azoria. So if you've got a long past of a dragon blood being in your bloodline, that's where they get their magic from, and it's a different kind of practice of magic. There's people that have learned to harness blood magic and hemography and things like that. There's people that get their magic from deities, and they call on the magic seeping through from the gods that was once around but are no longer. But some of their influence and magic still can transpire from however they're sealed away. In your case, you get to a small chapter, a very small chapter of one of the two books, which is someone that was booned the power and granted the power from a being that they never met, or darkness to help them in a time of need, and it resonates with you. Although these powers, eventually they expected something in return, and that could be different person to person, being to being. Although their power was innately a lot stronger than people that have learned it or born with it, it was a very high risk, high reward relationship, and it always comes to that boil down. The person that you read about was trying to break that cycle, keep the boon without paying for it in one way or another, but it kind of stops halfway through.
Safe to say they didn't succeed.
Maybe not.
Was there a name to that person that was trying that? Just a general passage in the book.
It's,
Bob.
It's old, and it's just transcribed as kind of like a scholar writing it down from someone, but no a fixed name or anything like that. It's
Like
more of a, this is what I've learned
Yeah.
on my travels kind of deal.
Okay.
And his name was Saint Germain.
Saint Germain.
His name was John Cena.
Castlevania is great.
Yes. Yes, it is.
It's currently, after all this studying, probably about 3 in the morning. You're all
Oh, jeez.
pretty tired.
Yeah.
Especially after reading.
You see the girl just sat across from you, has long since stopped reading, sat by candlelight, and she's just
Nodding off. Is there any
Always left
chance
it.
of sleeping in the library?
no, it's all day.
I say we
but you
head
have
out.
shifts, but...
No, we need to leave.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
definitely.
head out.
Oh,
and
are you
we'll do
all
shifts.
done? And she perks up a little bit. It's, I hope you found what you were looking for.
We did. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'll show you.
Thank you.
I'll show you to the door, and she quickly guides her out. You got the feeling that she couldn't leave until you had left. And now she's 2 minutes later after you all leaving. She's like putting on more of her stuff from a cloakroom, and she heads out in a different direction.
Oh, bless.
I feel bad now.
The doors are closed behind you. There is a couple of guards still stationed there and a couple of scholars in the entranceway that, you know, if anyone wants to do a bit of late night reading, there's still people there. But the nights are, the military district is dead, apart from the torchlight you see being carried by the occasional guard walking past. It is
What's out here?
dead of night. You are all tired.
What is the closest inn?
Did we bring the cart with us over here?
We did not pick it
Didn't.
up.
I would say it's still at the Red Ruby. You bought the supplies for the horse, but it's still at the Red Ruby Inn. And
Let's go to the Red
Ruby.
Ruby, crash for the night.
And
Head
then
out
first
first
thing,
thing.
yeah.
Okay.
Sound plan. Sound plan.
I'm not going to change the music to nighttime just to skip through the town. So it is a
Yeah.
long walk to the Red Ruby Inn. It's this big one over here. You did leave it at this smaller offshoot version of it though. And yeah, you go forward. Ruin your magic spell as well. In the thing didn't pick up anything in the actual library. Which was
I did
Okay.
turn you into a cube, though.
Okay.
a...
I did.
How are you a cube again? I just read it.
Yes, become the gelatinous cube.
every time you change the map.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. 'Cause I went to the world map, didn't I? It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm still cube.
someone just got rid of the map.
Wasn't me
You
that
made
time.
the-
It might have been me. I'm sorry.
It's
I
okay.
might have just accidentally hit like the Razor Naga side button.
No.
That's good to know. You're not even supposed to be able to pick it up, but hey.
Sleight of hand.
It's fine. You can be a cube room for the moment. So let me change the music. You find yourself to a Red Ruby Inn. It's a big, large tavern. The horses are stabled at the side of it with a bunch of horses, and your cart's there, like hitched up at the side too. Looks for the most part unfucked with. There is like a guard presence on the outside that not fully stationed outside, but seems to be on a circuit every so often, coming past every 30 minutes or so. It's one of the main big inns in it. It is expensive for a room. We do have one room left. It is the attic room. It's got enough beds for all 5 of you though, but it will run you 10 gold for the night.
Whatever.
Whatever. It's gonna be. It might be the last time we get to do this.
I tell a keys, don't worry about it. I throw 10 on the table.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Okay, fine. I'm buying dinner for everyone then.
What, at 4 in the morning?
Kitchens have
Yeah,
long but
whatever.
closed, but you can easily buy some fruits, some porridge that's left over and just needs a bit heating up.
Yeah, whatever
just
whatever
going to
they'll
bed.
give us.
I'm going to sleep.
Whatever porridge is your boat.
Whatever porridges are about.
You can easily get some porridge and go to bed. You all head up. It's a 3-story flight of stairs, and he's like, "Okay, the attachment here is just to the building adjacent to us. Just go in, show the person on the door your keys. They'll direct you to a room, and they take you up these stairs, and it's like an attic room. It's got 4 beds that are 2 bunk beds, and then a side offshoot room with a single bed. A little bit dusty. You can get the feel that this is for large groups, like yourselves, that that have just come into town and it's not been used ever so often. But here we go. You head up, you go in there, and you shut the door. You light a candle and a fireplace. And it's cozy, and you all are just super tired. But Velia, out of the corner of your eye, you see one of those shadows just flicker.
Velia, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. And I'm pissed. And I just like, there's shadows following us. Nobody believes me. It's very annoying.
I believe you. I just can't see them.
Well, that's
Concerning.
It is concerning, and they're in here right now.
Oh,
That's kind of weird.
that's very weird.
As she
I'm already
says
asleep.
that,
I don't hear any of this.
Karai, you see a face behind her. She's back to the wall, and then it just melds into the wall and goes away. But like, it's like it's black on black, like in the kind of like flicker. So you're like, wait, am I seeing things? Like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't like it.
And at that point, you hear
I get my knife out and like poke the wall behind
and
her.
dust drops down from the ceiling. The wooden struts. Loud enough for Bromir to be like, what the fuck was that? And you hear something on the roof. You hear it.
I'm gonna stealth up.
Roll me a stealth check. Everyone else,
Can
I need initiative from everyone, please.
Oh, can I
23
do some sort of a...
Okay.
Since I'd be probably
Okay.
familiar with like wildlife, can I do some sort of a check to see if I recognize the growl?
You can roll me a survival check, but it was less of a growl, but more like something scraping against each other. It was really weird.
Your girl got a nat 20 initiative, so 21.
Oh damn! Give me a second. I need to put the battle music up and transition to the battle map. Hell
I got
yeah.
16 total.
No.
Have you guys played Demio yet, by the way?
I have not.
It's a VR game where it's just D&D, but like no roleplay. So you just like pick a character and then you can do combat in D&D basically.
Oh my
It's
God.
very fun. It's very
I
fun.
need
I
you to
highly
show
advise
me.
it. I will. I'll play it with you if you have a VR headset.
I don't.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, our
Why
friend's
do I
got
fucking
one.
roll?
You are in up here.
Oh, you had this map built, I see. Okay. All right, this was planned.
This. What would happen if we went to sleep in a different place?
We've still ended up on this map.
It's the magic of the. It was the magic of the DM. No, but to be
Getting us
fair,
to do things that we think
to
are
be
our
fair-
ideas.
look where your horse is. Your horse is in there. So
Yeah. What would happen if we went back to the frickin' Thieves Guild place? Huh?
well,
Huh? What
something
then?
different would have happened.
I got
It might not happen.
I got an 8 for initiative.
Betrayal.
Okay,
Oh,
so
wow.
I'll just go down on the thing. So you are stealthed, Karaya. That's fine. That was your kind of like quick action off the mark. But 25 to 20. You got Velia?
Okay.
What's your
21.
total? 21. Anyone else? 25 to 20? Okay, 20 to 15. Okay,
I'm
15 to
thinking my
10.
fire magic might not be the best choice.
11.
11, so we got Aquis with 11. 10 to 5. What'd you get,
Yeah.
Brommy?
8.
Okay, Cryo, what did you
There's
get?
no way I'm going in front of Blood Buffy.
What did you get?
4.
A 1?
4.
Well, I'm asking what Cryo got as well.
Oh wait, I didn't roll. I was
Oh, you didn't roll your
busy trying
initiative.
to-
Okay, that's fine.
No, I didn't.
I was gonna say there's
I'm
no way that I'm not
initiativeless.
going last.
I am initiativeless. Where's my initiative? 8.
Top.
There we go.
Rune got a 4.
10.
Okay,
just
so
go
you're
with
just
us
in
for a
before Bromir. Cryo.
I'm just hiding. I'm hiding and about to stab some mofos. Shank.
Okay.
Shake me in the face.
Velia,
This is
you're
pretty cool.
you're up first. You don't see anything other than these loud footsteps on the thatch. Actually, it's thatch and tile. It's like a mixtured roof, and you hear tiles smashing down below. You don't see any shadows or anything in your immediate vicinity. What are you doing?
Yep, I'm That's a good question. I'm trying to find a spell that doesn't involve me seeing something.
Having
Yeah.
a good initiative sometimes is a bit painful.
It's a bit painful, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently. I'm gonna hold an action. I'm gonna hold magic missile.
Okay, till you see.
So I see whatever the fuck it is because I know it's there.
Okay, good to know. Aquis, what are you doing?
I have no idea what's going on. There's steps above me, so I'm just gonna put my back against the wall.
Something heavy above you, like
It's-
heavy.
we noticed something above us, but we don't know what it is. So I'm just gonna put my back against the wall and hold an attack, just a melee attack.
Okay. I will say you can move around in here. You do have spare party figures down here in case you fall through the floor, because that happened with the ship. But it should be okay as long as you don't go too close to the walls and stuff. Like, because you'll just fall like that. Just generally let me know where you are and it'll be fine. Ah! There you
He's
go.
fallen to the...
Yeah, you've fallen through. You're gonna have to delete it now. Copy
Is
and paste
there-
you in. There you go. Use the flip function.
I see your body, a floor underneath.
If
I
you want to
think I can
move,
get
yeah,
to
you can move as your action. So that's fine.
Yeah.
So Karaya, it's your
There-
go.
Is there a way I can like vault upstairs or look up, like get up to the roof somehow?
Not in here, no. The roof is obviously watertight and sealed.
I mean, it like through a window. I don't know, like or some
There is
scaffolding.
windows. You can try and climb it, but it's gonna be hard climbing up. But yeah, you can definitely do that. Who's fell through?
Let's see.
I don't know. I might hold my action.
What are you holding?
Or-
An attack?
I don't know.
With a bow, or what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm holding a stabby, and I am hidden. I'm not
Okay.
gonna shoot
where,
indoors.
Where are you hiding? I'll let you place anywhere you want to hide in. This is the adjacent room with a single
Okay.
bed. Where are you hiding?
Where are the footsteps?
Right above you, somewhere above you, right here, right in the middle at the moment. Can't really tell.
I'm gonna hide on top of the bed.
That's fine.
I'm
You
gonna
hide on top of that bed.
if something falls through or comes in, I can leap onto it or stab it in the
Okay.
head.
Bromir, your go.
Yeah.
Some more dust comes down. Yeah, there's...
Actually, sorry, I'm
I-
going back on myself. I'm gonna have my bow, my
Bow
arrows ready.
Okay.
Yeah. I grab my axe, and I kind of come to my senses, because I mean, I was woken up, but I was still like asleep. I'm tired. I had a cranky day, so I come to, and I see above me, of course, all the dust and everything sort of just falling in. I hear these noises, and I kind of dash over to the window, and I open the window, and I try and peer out to see if I can see anything.
Roll me a athletics check. The window here is quite high up.
Need a boost.
Probably gonna have to
okay.
climb up the bookshelf.
I wasn't sure if it was just a scaling issue or if it was actually that high. Okay.
No, this one is a bit higher up. Yeah.
8.
Like a stool.
I would say it takes all your movement, but you get
Hold
up
on,
and
hold on.
you're on top of the bookshelf. But it
You
takes
said
all your-
athletics?
Yeah.
I'm +4 on athletics.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you
So
used
12.
all your movement up, but you are on top of the bookshelf, standing on it, peeking your head out the window. And you see something white just whip past. That's all you can see.
Like above on the
Above
roof?
on the roof, yeah. But like,
Yeah.
it's whatever it is more center, not on the edge. And you see a white thing like whip off and pass.
Like a tail? I don't know what it is, guys, but it's big.
You've still got your action. That was your movement.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to clench my butt cheeks. No, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll ready an attack. With,
Okay.
With my axe, two-handed.
At this point,
Is the thing
you
willing
see,
to negotiate?
Oh.
This comes behind Aquis, out of the wall,
I see a ball.
and it comes to grab you from behind, like literally folding and molding out of the wall. It comes to grab you from
A
behind.
ball. It's
Oh,
a
yeah,
ball.
It's a ball. Silver
You
ball.
see a ball, you don't see it?
Yeah, we see a
No.
ball.
We see a ball.
Oh, the
Picture of
models are
mine.
broken.
Figure of mine.
We're in a
is
different
ball of some
universe.
sort.
Okay, that's
It's
Ball
the
rot.
void. The void is after us. If you guys look on the stream, you can see it.
yeah. If you're gonna have to look on the stream. Sorry, it's just like a black shadow humanoid type thing.
Oh.
Okay, well, I see it. Magic missile.
You do see it, magic missile and arrow. If you want to shoot your arrow at it, it comes out.
Sure.
Alright, so I've got
I'm gonna shoot it.
1 damage plus
A 20 to hit,
4
Aquis.
5.
That hits.
You take
Orange.
4 points of necrotic damage,
Okay.
and your strength goes down by 2. As it kind of grabs you and then sucks your strength away from you.
On that, I'm gonna use Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. Let me know the damage. I'll say Hellish Rebuke goes off first. So hold
16.
your spells for a second. 16 points of damage. What kind of damage is it?
Fire.
Fire. Okay, yeah, it like screeches in pain as it's like sucked. It's still kind of visibly there.
Oh, he's within 5 feet of me. I can help you out with that.
Okay.
With my interception. I'm gonna try and pull him out of the way of the attack.
I mean, just let me take the damage. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Would the attack land on you? I don't know how that kind of works.
No, it reduces it like I'm pulling or pushing him out of the way.
Okay.
It
You
just
can do it.
reduces the damage, but I mean, he still gets hit
Okay.
by 8.
8 damage. So it only did. So it does 0 necrotic damage?
0.
0.
Okay.
It says to a minimum of 0 damage.
Nice. So I'd say the strength drain still persists as that kind of like a magical entity, but you can put your hit points back up.
Okay.
And you can still get your Hellish Rebuke off because it's kind of still a hit. Velia, you was first on initiative, so your magic missiles go off now if you want them to.
Yep, 8 damage.
8 damage. And with that, you see it all impact. And the shadow just like fades away. However, One comes out of this wall, a different one, and comes after you, Karaya, coming behind you.
Shit.
So you can still take your attack as a reaction if you spin around and want to shoot it. That's fine.
Yep.
A 15 to hit. Does that hit you, Karaya?
What do I roll? Where am I?
What's your AC?
The armor class.
Where is my AC?
Should be on your main character sheet. Let me have a quick look.
It's
Right.
underneath walking speed.
Yeah, should be top right. Your armor class is 16. So there we go. It should be as like a giant shield right next to your walking speed right at the top.
Right. Yep. Okay.
So
Yeah,
it misses,
16.
unfortunately. Is you kind of, it comes out of the wall to grab you, and you can kind of hear it behind you now. And you quickly jump forward, turn around, and shoot it. Roll me to attack.
I rolled a 4 plus 4. So
Unfortunately,
8.
not. It just kind of, you feel like it's going to hit, but it just phases. The arrow just phases straight through.
Oh
it.
no, sorry, attack. It was an attack. I rolled damage. Where's my attack? I don't remember how to play anything.
The
too
panic
long.
ensues. I love it.
Roll
Seriously,
to
what-
attack.
Seriously, what do I roll to attack?
It should be right on your character sheet, right next to the damage button. There should be to hit.
/DC, right?
Yeah, hit thrust DC. With whatever weapon you're using, so it should be under your actions category.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to actions, and
doing.
so
Alright.
yeah, hit /DC. If you click the number there, you should have a plus
Yes.
6.
Okay, so there we go. We've got 20, and then
20 hits,
the
yeah.
damage. The damage was previously rolled, but as
No, that's
8,
fine.
but I re-rolled it as
Okay.
6. So DM, make what you will of that.
The arrow hits it, and you see a bit of its like smoky attire dissipate. It still goes straight through it though and sticks in the wall. It doesn't have like its full effect. And on that, it's going to start disappearing back into the wall, but you can still see it. It's like disappearing back into the wall. Bromir, are you taking your action? It's not in melee range, but you can throw something potentially. You want to throw anything?
So many
Sorry,
options around you.
This is before it sinks back into the wall.
Yeah. Well, it's you're using your reaction because you held your action.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, I'm still gonna hold.
Okay. That's fine. So it's still sinking into the wall. And with that, it is Rune's go.
I turn around to it, say, no, you don't. And I'm going to cast Sacred Flame at it.
Okay, yeah. Dexterity saving throw from me.
Yeah.
I went to the table.
And I need to find the D8.
Natural
It's
1.
Oh no!
Hey, I actually do damage. 8.
8.
I do max damage. 8 radiant damage.
That's insane. So you see, like a little bit damage from the thingy, but the radiant energy hits it, and suddenly you feel like you've seen your sacred flame hit stuff before, and it's just like a small flame, but this kind of ignites it, like it's a catalyst for it, like a match to oil, just and it's gone. Like just screams. This raspy ghost-like entity voice. Is that your go? You wanting to move?
I like where I'm at. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna move between Keys and Philia. Don't fall through the floor.
All right. And with that, just as you move, you see this giant, I'd say it's a giant 10-foot spiked bone tail just pierce through the slate and the roof and come straight
jeez.
down for you, Rune.
Okay.
That is going to be a 23 to hit.
No, it misses. Yes, that is.
And that's going to be 10 points of piercing damage as it strikes you.
Wow.
And roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
Damn. We just wanted a nap.
18.
18. You
18.
succeed. You succeed.
Yes.
It kind of hits you, and you feel like it pulls like insane, but you grit and bear it. You know, and this giant alien xenomorph-like bone tail just retracts slowly back up.
Oh, my shoulder.
Velia, it's your go.
Is the white bone thing still in here?
There's nothing in there. The tail's just is like a 10-foot bone tail that's just come from the roof, and it's retracted back up to the roof after piercing roof.
Great. I'm gonna hold another action for another magic missile, this time at level 2.
Okay, good to know. Aquis.
And I'm gonna pee again really fast.
That's
Sorry.
fine. No worries.
Man, that's a lot of
I'm
tea.
full as well, but I'm
I
peeing.
did.
Once that seal's broke.
I was cold.
Aquis, your go.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the chaos the other guests at the inn are experiencing right now? It's 3-4 in the morning. Just waking up to this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put armor of value on myself and then just stay where I am.
Okay. Are you holding anything?
That's an action, so no.
And Karaya, what are you doing? You just seen this giant bone, xenomorph alien-esque tail just stab Rune, and then it kind of picks him up off the floor until he slides off it, and then it retracts it back up.
Well, I am obviously going to shoot at it.
Currently,
if I
only
still
there's a hole where its tail protruded from, but you don't physically see anything currently.
Okay. Is there any way I can get through the hole and upstairs?
The hole's about 10-15 feet up, and the hole's only about the
And
size
that's
of
the
your
go.
head. But you can try and climb out the window if you want to climb out the window.
Oh god. All right. Am I gonna? If I roll a nat 1, am I falling out of the window and dying?
Yes. Not dying, but you'll be very injured. There's a little roof here about halfway up, so...
So party.
Third floor.
So party. What are we doing? Are we sacrificing the rogue or not?
So to you, what are you
You
doing?
say anything about sacrifice? Go get him.
All right. Let's do this. Acrobatics check. Oh fuck it. Yeah, I'm flying out of that window.
What you get?
Hell yeah.
24.
Spider-Man that shit.
24. So
I
yeah,
run that shit.
you run, jump, and go up on the window, and I would say you use your full movement and action because you're physically climbing to get to the top. You see this.
What do I do? What do I see?
Hopefully you can see it, and it's not just a blob.
It's probably a blob.
Is it a blob?
It's a blob!
It's
God
a
damn it,
blob.
the mod pad doesn't work!
I can see it on the stream.
It's an Aquis.
Oh my god, that is a thing. What
Actually,
is
an
it?
albino xenomorph. What the?
That
So-
is what?
So I'll describe it to you. It's currently on the roof, but for just there, I'll put it for visual representation.
What kind of
You
Pokemon
see
is that?
a large creature made out of just pure bones with red-like eyes.
Oh man.
With bones
so
coming
evil.
off every entity of it, with a large, giant stinger-like tail. It looks like it once had wings, whatever this creature was, but they're just long but gone. And it's just bone on bone on bone. And as it kind of moves, you hear the bone just scraping against one another, like... And it sees you come up on top of the roof and just like fucking hisses this like red entity mouth at you. Very primalistic.
Oh god. Oh god.
Well, I'd say that's all your turn and action getting up there to greet it, because you did a really... Because you would have had to use your action to get the extra movement speed, essentially.
God damn it.
With that, Bromir, you'll go. You just hear Karaya screaming this like piercing howl.
Yeah. How how close to the roof am I? The ceiling while
Ceiling's
standing
about
on this
10.
bookcase.
Oh. I mean, there's wooden beams and stuff, but I would say the ceiling's still probably like 5 feet above you. Like, you can touch it. Like, if you jump off the bookcase, you can touch the ceiling. Just what are you trying to do?
What am I trying to do? So, I'm mad, first of all, because this is ridiculous. Like, this is the second night of just trying to get some sleep. Someone else woke me up. Yesterday it was Rune. Today it's this beast from hell. So, like, I'm angry. So I go into a blind fit of rage because I'm tired.
Rage!
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And is there any indication, like, if I look at the ceiling, in my mind, I'm imagining, okay, it every time it steps, you see like dust and stuff fall down from where it's.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm gonna leap towards the ceiling and just try and like break
Smash
through
it
the
in?
ceiling to try and have it just like cave in where we're at.
It's a tough ceiling. Roll me. I'll say you hit because you're hitting the roof, literally.
Yeah.
So I would say it's an automatic hit. Just roll me a d20 just to make sure you don't like stumble off the bookshelf and you actually make the jump first. If you get a nat 1, then
18.
easily. Okay. Roll me your normal damage with an axe or whatever you're rolling it with.
Right. Okay, it's two-handed. So I've got a d8 plus 4. Oh no, I'm two-handed. D10. That is a 6 plus 4, so 10.
Is that adding your rage damage too?
Plus 2, 12.
Plus 2, 12. Yeah, you see this like long wooden beam there's like 3 of them supporting the majority of the ceiling, and then loads of little tiny wooden beams. And you just jump at it and split one of those wooden beams like entirely in half, and it comes crashing down. And then you hit the floor with a big foot as well, and look up, and like you can see that it's not caused enough to clave in the entire roof, but if this thing stays on the roof, it will eventually just fall in. It just needs to move around a little bit more to work away the tiles and things like that. You've severely weakened the roof, essentially.
Okay.
But not enough for it just to bring it all in straight away.
Damn.
Okay.
Rye feels that shake of the beam under
You
her
would feel
feet.
it, yeah.
And dreads to think of the expenses we will have to pay to the innkeeper if we get out of this
Rune,
alive.
you sure go. What are you
Do I
doing?
go?
You don't technically see this. This is still on the roof,
Okay.
just FYI.
Okay.
Velia, if you want to see the creature, you can. I don't know if you've got the stream up, but I can describe it again if you want to. I'll let Rune have his go first.
All right, I am going to cast. I'm going to cast Bless on on the group.
On
so
who?
He's so Pariah, Bromir, and Akis.
Krya, you can't currently see. I think you have to see him for
I
blast.
can't. Okay. It just says 3 creatures within range.
You don't need sight? Okay, I thought bless was the sight thing, but no, she's
yeah.
definitely in range, so
Okay.
yeah.
It's within 30 feet. So, okay, I will.
Maybe see through the hole in the roof.
I would say you couldn't fully see Krya, but yeah, so who's blessed? Krya, Akis,
Pariah, Akis, and Bromir.
Bromir. Okay. All 3 of you feel this kind of divine energy start guiding you and helping your motions. So
So you know exactly where to strike.
Do you want to explain it to those that are blessed, what the benefit is?
So whenever you make an attack roll or roll a saving throw, you can roll a d4 on top of that and add it to the roll.
So make a note of that, a written note, because you will forget it. Because I always do.
Less. Put a d4 to the side.
So it lasts as long as he's concentrating on the spell, and I think for like 10 minutes. So he could lose it, and it'll fade from you. Oh, it's 1 minute. Okay, and it'll fade. It'll fade from you.
It is 1 minute, and I am going to hide underneath something sturdy.
Okay. You can run out of this door into the hallway.
Like, my
kind of
job
deal.
here is done, Hyde.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Piece the fuck out. All right,
Sorry,
yeah,
is
I'm
that-
gonna-
Is that a D4 like to hit, or is that
To
damage?
hit. To hit. Just to hit. And saving for
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah,
All right. Great to know.
I want to stay within 5 feet of these guys if I can.
That's fine. So,
Hey, I almost did a perfect flip. That was nice.
Velia, you can't currently see it because it's still on the roof. You've just seen the big bone-like tail come down and stab Rune. But basically, it's a large creature just made up of bones scraping against each other with red-like eyes and mouth. Just spikes coming off every kind of area. And currently, Karaya's jumped out the window and climbed up to face it face to face. And that's what she's seeing. It's still currently on the roof. And it is its go. It's going to do a tail strike down. You see Karaya, none of the others, because you all can't see it still. He kind of sniffs, looks around, and looks straight down at something. And it's going to stab at you, Velia. A 23 to hit again.
Oh god.
I'm going to use my reaction on this to try to pull her out of the way of most of the damage.
Okay. Let me know how much you pull it away from. Can I have a Constitution
4.
saving throw from you, please?
From me?
From Velia. You take 4 points of damage away from her. You take 10 points of piercing damage as this tail just, again, comes through the floor and gets you. Oh, you're muted, by the way, I think.
You're muted.
Can't hear you. Maybe she's not muted.
Like, not actually muted, yeah.
Nope.
But
Hello?
Mike's not working.
No, she's definitely not. She's definitely muted.
Hello?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay,
Hello.
there we go.
Hi.
Very strange. Okay. I have a 6 as my con save, and I take 10 points of damage. You said.
10 points of damage, and you are poisoned.
Whoa.
So add the
no.
poisoned condition to you.
Okay, guys,
Yeah,
I have 14
you can-
health left.
You can do. Since you were holding your action, I'll let you do magic missile at its tail if you want to, because it is
Yeah,
part
I
of its
will.
body.
Absolutely.
And
I cast another 2nd level spell.
you can repeat a saving throw at the end of your turn. Another Constitution saving throw at the end of your turn, but this is not your turn yet. To resist the poison effect if you want to. Just to let you know.
I did a total of 7, 8, 14 damage.
14 points of damage.
Nice. Oh,
Yeah, you release as it pierces you. You just let the cast go, and just and its tail like recovers and recoils back up. In the
I need to do
same
math.
in this how much? Sorry,
I think I did math wrong. I think it's 15, but I'm gonna
15.
double check.
Okay. All right, then 15. In the same action as it's turned to greet you, you see it smell and its tail goes down, and it doesn't even lose focus off you, Karaya. It's also going to attack you with its claws.
Damn it.
That's only 12 to hit. I don't think that hits
No, it's
with one of its claws.
armor, right? 16.
The other claw is a 26 to hit.
Shit.
14 damage.
Armor don't mean shit.
And you also take 10 points of slashing damage. As it wails at you with one claw, you dodge out of the way and nearly stumble on the roof, and then the second claw just comes at you and scratches you up there. 10 points of slashing damage.
Oh, man.
It's just in front of you, like breathing heavily. It does take a couple of steps, and you see now that out of the 3 beams, the second beam cracks heavily in the middle, but not falling. You feel that the roof is probably going to literally come down soon.
Get out of the room. It's coming down.
There's 2 holes now, right?
2
Or is
tail
it the
holes
same-
that are
the same-
about
Right.
head size, human head size. In the different, like they're close to each other, but like a foot away from each other on the roof. Not big
So
enough to fit through.
technically, if I like jump between the 2, I would make a hole my size and fall through the roof,
Potentially,
causing
yeah.
the roof to fucking collapse.
Potentially, yeah. You can try and aid in it, but you're going to be also in a collapsing roof.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm hoping to like beat the creature to it and roll out of the way.
Okay.
Are you trying to be a stunt double?
I am trying to be
How
a stunt double.
How
No, I don't
heavy
know.
is your elf-like body?
I don't know. Not Oh god. Oh man. What do I do? Do I attack it or do I try to yeet
It's a
myself?
slate-like
away?
roof, so you're gonna have to put some force into it. Literally, you're gonna have to like double drop
Okay, then-
kick the
okay.
roof. Yeah, literally.
Attack the roof.
Or like bomb it like you were bombing in a swimming pool, just like. There's no finesse. Yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So I'm going to try and. Oh God. What am I gonna do? Fuck it. Can I move away from where the roof is about to collapse in? Because it's over this one room,
It's
right?
in the middle, and you're like, it's got a long reach. It can reach like 10 foot because it's such a big creature. That's how it's managed to slash you without fully moving. So if you back further away than 10 foot, it will attack you again.
Okay.
Like to this very corner, and you think you can sit on the very corner, and the corners are not going to collapse in, but it will potentially attack you.
Okay. Okay. All right. Wait. Ugh.
Or you can hold on to the side of the window. You know the window's probably not going to cave in.
Sure. All right. I'll do that. I'll attack it. And
Okay. Are you attacking it with a bow or a sword? Or
bow. I'm armed with bow now, so I'm going to attack it with a bow and
Okay, roll to
aim
hit.
for the fricker's face. 25 hit.
25 definitely hits, yeah.
Yep, and so 6 damage. God damn it.
6 damage is still good. Okay. So yeah, it pierces and it goes in, it cracks one of the bones and then splinters off. You still have your movement if you want to try and back out from the window, but it will potentially catch you. But you can actually use your bonus action to disengage as a rogue, which means it won't get an attack of opportunity.
I was about to ask, can I disengage then? And
Yeah, so
move to the corner?
you attack as your action, use your bonus action to disengage, so you got your full movement. Are you just wanting to jump into the window and stay in the window?
No, I'm gonna move to either the corner or towards like over the other room, so that if it collapses. And also, I don't know if this counts as an action, but I'm going to warn the squad.
You can shout as like a free.
Yeah, I'm gonna guys. Do you have to move to the next room? The roof is about to cave.
Roll me an athletics check, just because you are running on like a tiled slope roof, and like dodging this guy trying to attack you. Because he's still trying to attack you potentially. It's just that you're like ducking, weaving, and use your bonus action to do it.
14.
14. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good enough. Like, you're not slipping off the roof. Like, you do it with finesse. That's fine. You get to the other side. That's fine. I'll put you around about here. Right on the corner is probably where you'll get.
Yeah.
Like, so you're probably like here because that's all your movement.
Yeah.
34. All right. Way to go. Wait, you can't do that. That wasn't your go. I'm so confused. It was the creature's go. We'll say that's what you do on your turn. Because it goes creature and then Velia. So I think because the creature attacked you, we went into your go. But that was me just losing track of initiative order. So that was your go. Velia, it's your go. What are you doing?
Yeah, I guess I have to get up to the roof, don't I?
Well, the roof is potentially collapsing in.
I'm gonna move back out of the room. That seems like a good idea. And yeah, I'll hold an
Timber.
I'll hold an action.
Thanks, you killed me.
Respawned you. There you go.
I will once more hold an action to do magic missile again
Okay.
at level 2.
At level 2. Good to know. Aquis, you'll go.
I'm going to run out of the room and hold an Eldritch Blast until everyone else is out, because I think Rune's still in there. So as soon as I see Rune run out of the room,
Is still in there.
Brom's still in, he's fine.
Okay.
I'm not in the room.
You hold your action.
I'm not
Then Karaya goes. That's your action, Karaya, what you just did, so that's fine. Romir, your go.
Yeah. So
I would say after cutting the beam, you're probably like here in the middle. Because you had to leap forward to cut it.
that's fine. I'm gonna back up.
Into a corner.
Hide. You gonna hide under the
Here.
bunk beds?
No.
I'm just
gonna
looking
hide.
here under one me.
I mean, it hasn't collapsed through yet, right? So
No,
No,
it's
not
like
yet.
you can see the second beam is collapsing, and the third beam's probably just gonna go with it soon.
yeah, so I'm gonna get out of the way of the beams, but
Yeah.
I'm off to the side, and I'm gonna ready my attack
Okay.
and just
Fine.
yell out as I continue to rage.
Brune, it's your go. What do you want to do?
I want to heal myself with a healing word and take a dodge tail action.
Okay. Take the dodge action.
Yeah,
know.
so we'll say, Rune, bring yourself back. Come on, you're gonna live. And I'm gonna find a D4 and heal some wounds.
I'd like to spend my action as well after the wound's finished.
So I'm gonna take 7 hit points back, and then I'm taking the
Dodge action. Good to know.
Yeah.
It's the creature's go, and with that, you see it moves its way. It is gonna like move over to this side because it kind of knows you all have moved out of the room instinctively. And as it goes to move, the floor falls in. Bromir, since you destroyed the floor, roll 2d8 damage for me as the roof is kind of caving in around it.
D8.
be bludgeoning
Can I
damage.
just clarify too? Because I didn't attack or take damage that turn in particular, does my rage end, or is it a full turn after that? Like if I don't attack on my next turn.
Generally,
the
it's
next
because
turn.
you attacked a beam.
Yeah.
So it would be from the beam to this turn. Generally, you didn't. But for just for flavor, I would say you knew it was going to collapse. So I'll let you off this time, saying your rage.
I mean,
doesn't fade.
I have 2 things. I can just check off the second rage. Oh, I went back
Sure.
into another rage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
It's a double rage.
I got a 6
screaming.
on the D8. Sorry, you want 2D8s?
2d8, yeah, bludgeoning damage. Is the I'm getting you to roll the roof's damage against it, essentially.
6 and 5.
6 and 5. Brain, what is that? 13? No,
11.
11.
11.
My brain's not working today. Yeah,
D&D, come to learn math.
literally. So you see now, and it's just a pile of dust. Is like a lot of this room is just obfuscated by all the dust and like the debris that's just fallen in. And for the most part, it's retained its vision. It's like landed on all 4 of its like arms and legs, and it's like visibly dented and cracked the wooden floor from its sheer weight. Bromir, take your attack as it's like come down right next to you. But I will say your attack is potentially at disadvantage because of all the smoke and everything like that that's just fell in around it.
Yeah, okay. So let's do this. 10.
That's your damage. You need to roll to hit first.
Oh, yeah. son of a- All right, can I just keep that? I got
Do you have
19
reckless
to
attack?
hit.
I don't know. 19, yeah, you've hit.
Yeah. Okay.
So 10 damage.
Hold on, it's 10 plus
Oh, yeah.
4 plus 2, so 16.
16 damage. That's good to know. So yeah, you strike it and you chip off like one of its bone spines, but it's hard to cut through. It's tough. Like it took all your might just to cut off one of its bone spines. And it felt it. It like turns around and glances at you. But yeah, that's a good round with all the debris damage on top of it as well as it's like shaking it off. It's still technically its go. That was your reaction and the floor damage. So it's going to take its movement to stand up from the fallen position, so it can't move any closer. But it looks towards you in the doorway, Velia, intently, and it's going to basically like
Get to use my force damage now, right?
yeah, from your magic missile. but it's going to
Yeah.
use its action instead of attacking just to move right up to you, completely ignoring from it.
I don't like that. I don't
It's
like that at all.
It just, as soon as it locked eyes with you, it's like literally alien xenomorph, like just crawling across to you. Half of it like on the floor, peeking through the doorway as it gets up to you. Roll your
I do
damage.
14 damage to it as I.
Hell yeah, you just start blasting it in the face, like get away from
I'm
me.
like not having it.
Takes all
Pariah.
the damage.
Confidently yells down, "It is targeting only Velia and Rune, only those who have any relation to the crystal." Confirming.
How do I have a relation to this thing? I've barely seen it.
That's its movement. So you
Did not have relations with that crystal.
use its actions to move. So with that, it's the top of the round. Velia, it's your go as well.
Okay, I'm gonna do something potentially stupid.
Great. Let's hear it.
That's the best thing about D&D.
Yeah, that's the best idea I've heard all day.
Bonfire!
I'm gonna yell out to Bromir, and I'm gonna say, dodge.
I think you've taken the dodge action, haven't you? Ironically.
I did.
All right,
Oh,
that's,
no,
that's
you
what I
did.
say, and then I'm gonna throw a beat of force at this thing.
Okay. Okay,
Yes.
roll me a hit. A thrown hit
So I
attack.
can-
Let me actually
yeah,
look at the beat of force again.
Use an action to throw the bead up to 60 feet. The bead explodes on impact and is destroyed. Each creature within 10-foot radius where the bead landed must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or take 5d4 force damage.
Question.
Okay. Yep.
That guidance, whatever that.
That is a saving throw.
Plus.
Yeah, so you get
Plus.
that
That
added
adds
to
to
it.
that.
Yeah. So you
Okay,
roll
so,
one
'cause
d4. It's
without
not 4.
it, I have 14 total. So
Yeah, so you
let
need
me
to
go
roll a
ahead.
d4. Yeah.
Come on, roll
I'd
4.
have 4. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, you're
so you
good.
succeed.
Dodge. But this thing needs to roll a DC 15. There's no roll to hit. It's like
Yeah,
it's a
you're
saving
throwing it
throw.
at the floor. Yeah. I got
Yeah,
you.
but
Let me
does it-
have a look at what
does it
its
dodge?
dex is.
Say no.
Okay. Has +3.
Give me -3.
Has +3.
No.
I rolled an 11.
Oh!
Oh shit! All right, it's gonna take 5d4 of damage.
Yeah.
We got a total of 13 damage, not a lot. But then, the next step, as soon as these dice move off my screen, a sphere of transparent force then encloses the area for 1 minute. Any creature that failed to save and is completely within the area is trapped inside the sphere. Creatures that succeed on the area or are partially within the area are pushed away from the center of the sphere until they're no longer inside of it. Only breathable air can pass through the sphere's wall. No attack or other effect can.
Yeah.
An
It
enclosed
can't
creature
be
can use its
attacked.
action to push against the sphere's wall, moving the sphere up to half of the creature's walking speed. The sphere can be picked up, and its magic causes it to weigh 1 pound regardless of the weight of the creatures inside.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
So it's
So-
now trapped in a little 1 pound ball.
So you can pick this thing up and just yeet it.
That's exactly what I said fucking do.
How close is the ocean?
I am.
How far is the ocean? I have a minute, you guys, so I gotta go fast. Like it's only trapped in there for a
It's
minute.
more than a
I'm
minute.
gonna
You're
put it in my
at
bag
the
of
gates.
holding.
It's too big.
Is it? Is it? Because it only weighs 1 pound.
No, but it's the size.
Size.
It's not the weight, it's the size.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
I'm just trying to look how big this actual creature is. It's a large.
It's 10 foot.
So
It
10
would
foot, so
then.
you just can fit it in, potentially. That's my thinking.
But I'd have to take other stuff out, probably.
Yeah, so you literally... It is like on the edge. Like you threw it and you threw it perfectly at its center. That it's like on the edge. Like its entire form is in this bubble. Like, it is like cramped.
I'm like dying right now. What do I do with this thing? Hang on, wait.
so-
Just give me a second.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to figure out the logistics of it. Because this is why I put them in the game. Beads of Forts are great.
I'm not putting it in the magic bag of holding, but I will.
Or are partially within there, are pushed away from it. The center sphere is no longer the only breathable air capacity. So you can't actually move it,
No.
but it can move it. So
Uh-huh.
it can move the sphere, half a creature's walking speed.
But attack can't pass through it, so we
yeah.
can't attack it while it's in there. Just gives us a
So-
moment to breathe. Basically.
So for the moment,
Okay.
you're out of combat for a minute. There's suddenly silence as there's just dust falling down, and this creature is making no sound as it's just ferociously like scratching at this like invisible wall, like trying to get to Velia. It's just like, and you see its tail just like stabbing in like motion repeatedly at the edge of the wall, and it's just moving and bumping at the edge. It can't actually fit through the door, so it's just like this bubble just smashing at the door as it's trying to like literally force it through like a rabid animal, just going straight for Velia.
You should
Can you
probably
put
move
it
back.
in?
You have a minute,
Yeah.
so that's 10
I definitely
actions
moved back, but what can I call it?
potentially. What you guys want to do?
Oh god.
I'm
I
stuck
would
on
use
the
my.
roof. I'm stuck on
Oh,
the
you
roof.
are?
Boromir is stuck in the corner of the room. Is there an exit out of?
I would say Velia, sorry, Karaya, you don't know what's going on. You don't even if you peek through the hole.
It's
Yeah,
just gone
suddenly all
quiet.
the sound kind of stops. You peek through the hole and you just see it's trapped in this bubble.
How do I
But
get
you
down?
can't see them because there's no hole in this roof. So,
Yeah.
so you just see this
All I
thing
can see is-
smashing.
Yeah, all I can see is that thing smashing because there's a massive hole, right? And then I can see
Yeah.
Boromir on the other side of the
Boromir
room.
can't get
and-
out of the room unless he goes out the window. The window's the
And
only
neither
other
can
way.
I.
The window is literally the only way out.
Oh my god,
Crash
what
the
are we
wall.
gonna do now?
Because this thing's blocking up this space. So yeah, you have a minute to figure out what you want to do, guys. Time is ticking. I'm actually gonna. I don't know. Should we put a countdown on?
Alright, go for it.
Running.
Go
I just
for it.
running. Velia just starts running, and as she runs, she casts invisibility on herself.
Okay. You
Jesus,
can
bitches.
literally run out of here. So you can mark out 10 turns of movement. I would say it takes 5 turns to go out of this building because it's like a windy spiral stair and it's not.
Yep, I'm
If
out
you're
of the
using
building.
action to dash, you can probably get to the
Yeah.
front door in 5 turns, they'll say.
I did that, and I cast invisibility, and I'm out.
Okay, so put yourself down here. You've still got another 5 turns. Well, let's see what everyone else is doing for 5 turns, and we'll note that you're in.
Holy
You
shit.
just see Velia just vanish in front of you, and you hear her footsteps just full sprinting down the building.
Somebody this is.
There's like a couple of people like peeking their heads out, like from the other rooms, like, "What the fuck are you doing up there? What's going on?"
Nice.
If they're peeking out of the
Does
windows
it emit
and
sound still?
there's like there's commotion,
music.
Karaya is going to just like yell, "Everyone evacuate the building."
I would say there is sound still. Just because it says breathable air. So if there's breathable air that can pass through it, sound can probably pass through it. But it's just the sound of this like thing just screeching still as it's kind of like smashing against the beat of force.
So, because I'm in a blind rage still, and I
Oh no.
OC out of character, I don't want to lose that rage. I'm just going to continue to
Smash
wail
it.
on the sphere every
Okay.
turn, like just like
Hello.
run up, smash, knock back.
You're just grabbing chairs and just
Yeah, I'm just like furious trying to get this thing.
Okay, so you're not trying to leave the room. Okay, that's fine. You're just,
No.
yeah, smashing against it. What's everyone else
Guys,
doing?
we're about to use Bromir.
Cryo, what are you doing?
I don't know. I was about to try to help Bromir out, but clearly he's got other shit on his mind. I don't know. I
So you're
honestly
still
do
on the
not know.
roof? Okay.
I guess like if I go down, I'm only like I'm gonna go right onto the thing, right? It's blocking the way.
Yeah, so
So
you'd have
maybe
to
just one
find a
over there.
way. You'd have to find a way off the roof, like by basically climbing down.
What is
Yeah,
the
so I
name
guess-
of the spell I have, DM? Is it Minush Minia?
It's
Oh.
it's Melf's minute meteors.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's important.
No problem.
I would like to use my channel divinity to get a spell slot back.
Okay, yeah, you can do it.
Because that seems important right now.
You also can
yeah.
take turns to heal people if you want to. You have 10 turns.
Is there
I have
any
limited spell slots.
is there any way I can snap Bromir out of his rage?
Try jumping through the window and talking to him. He can still listen to you. He's just angry.
Can I just yell from the ceiling?
Yeah, you can talk. Yeah.
Boromir, knock that shit out and come out of the window! Get out of there!
That's what he's trying to do.
So in between
knock
each
it out.
strike, while I'm wailing on this sphere, and the axe hits and bounces off. So like, hit a word. Okay, I'm gonna say, I just want a good night's sleep, and I keep wailing on the sphere.
Yeah, you're peeking through one of the holes and watching him. Akis, what are you doing?
I'm going to move to where Velia was. Just block the door.
Okay.
Wow.
Just leave myself there.
Wow.
Okay. Rune, what are you doing? Velia, at this point, you notice it's been about half the time because you're counting down in your head. You know how much time you've got. None of your party have seemed to follow you down the stairs.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm working on
who's the most Who's the most injured of the people in this room? Because I can't see Bermir, right?
I'm in perfect health.
You can see him under its legs. Like, it's kind of...
Oh, God.
All right.
You just
So,
happen
of
to
the
be in
three
that
of us in
position.
this room, we're all kind of doing okay, health injury wise.
It hasn't touched me yet.
I've got slashing damage, and I don't know. I was yelling half of that stuff, but could I have started climbing down as well?
There's a window here, so you could potentially move to the front here and do an acrobatics to climb in this side if you want to.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, roll me an acrobatics.
Oof. Fuck.
What did you get? Let me look.
8.
8. I would say you can do it, but you slip at one point and it takes you most of your turn to just get in there. So anything you wanted to prepare additionally to that, you can't do, but I'll let you put yourself wherever you want inside here.
Okay.
So Aquis is blocking the doorway up here. Oops,
Oh no, my body.
I'm on the I'm like at the entrance of the stairs. I'm still deciding whether I want to try and like get out of there.
Okay.
Might leg it, might shoot it. I don't know.
So you can take a hide action still if you want to get your sneak attack damage.
Oh yeah.
Sneak attack damage
sure.
is super. So roll me a stealth check. Because the creature
sure.
can still technically see through the door. It just can't get through it. Rune, are you wanting to move at all?
And
Now's the final moments before you see the energy of the field now just glowing, like blinking in and out as it's just not relented on this fury at the front. And you're like, okay, if it's going to bust out, it's going to be soon. What are we doing? Velia, you've still got 5 more turns. If you want to go back up or do anything else, let me know. Everyone else is exhausted.
I'm able to see into the broken roof and prepare to cast that scroll that you gave me.
Okay, where are you preparing to cast it?
Well, I only have to be within 120 feet of it, so I am far away.
Okay, so where do you want to go yourself? So you can literally get anywhere you want here.
Drop me. Sorry. I'm gonna go like right over here. I'm gonna hide behind these barrels.
Okay.
When I see it, if I see it, I will drop my visibility, cast that spell, and throw some meteorites at it.
Roger, okay. Just to let you know, once you use the scroll, you can't transcribe it into your spellbook.
Yep,
so you know.
I'm realizing that.
All right. Is there any... This is final clutch. You got one more round. Anything anyone wants to do, or the bubble's going to fade?
It was nice knowing you all.
I'm just going to preemptively put up a record.
It's been a good session.
Is Karaya actually in this room, or is she on the roof?
She's in the room. She's managed to make it in the room, but it took all her actions.
I'm gonna cast, because my bless will have faded by now.
Yeah.
Because it only lasts a minute. I'm gonna cast heroism on the two of you.
Okay, what does heroism do?
Heroism inspires you with bravery. You are immune to being frightened and gain temporary hit points each turn.
Okay, how many temporary hit points?
They get 4 temporary hit points every turn.
So every turn you get 4 temporary hit points. Don't confuse them with your other one, but it's like a shield essentially. That's good. All right.
Poison working on me, DM?
Poison's a condition. So I can read it off for you.
It's disadvantage on stuff. Is all I
Yeah,
remember.
it's just a lot of disadvantage on stuff. So it's like disadvantage to hit. So
But didn't I have a chance to resist it again at the end of my
you
last
did.
turn?
So you can technically
So
take 10 chances to resist.
So can I do Constitution
Yeah.
rolling too, just to see if that'll work?
Yep. It's
Is
DC
it a
15.
save or just
It's a
what,
save.
which one is?
Constitution
Okay.
saving
Roll
throw,
on.
DC 15.
Yeah, we're good. 20.
We're good? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, you,
So
and
no
you,
longer pointless,
you
thank
found it,
God.
you shrug it off. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, the bubble starts flickering.
I dodge.
And
Hide behind my shield.
suddenly it comes out and it just unleashes this fury on the wall. As it actually, it doesn't. It like pauses for a second, knowing that Mila's gone. It starts sniffing around.
I'm still invisible.
Yeah,
Dragon! I've got a dragon here! Ah, my dragon!
and it's literally gonna smash through this wall here whilst attacking Akis. Because that's the last direction it knew that she went in, and it doesn't know where she is currently. Akis does a 14 hit,
Nope.
Nice.
does a 17 hit.
It would have if I didn't buy the shield. So no.
Nice. It's also because you're still its tail, Bromir. Its tail's gonna go after you.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna hit. 27.
Jesus, dude.
I rolled a 19, so
That's a +8.
yes.
You know we're level 3, right?
Yeah.
You've been killing all my creatures in 2 rounds. So for
That's true.
Not wrong.
You take 14 points of piercing damage and do a Constitution saving throw for me, please. But it's rounded down because you're raging. So
So I have
7 points of
resistance to
yeah.
bludgeoning, piercing,
yeah,
etc.
so you only take 7 points of damage because you're raging, but you still have to do a Constitution saving throw for me.
Yes.
No D4 because Bless is faded.
7.
Plus your Constitution. So Constitution
five.
saving plus 5.
So 12.
Fails, unfortunately. So you are poisoned for 1 minute.
But am I?
Tail just goes and stabs through your shoulder.
You have advantage against poison because you're a dwarf, right?
Ah.
Yeah, why? Yeah,
Roll
so
again then.
I'm
I
trying
know
to
we get
find
poison
that though.
stuff. It's under defenses.
Features and traits.
Just defenses. So above that.
You
that
have
box,
advantage on
defenses
saves
and
against
conditions.
poison and
Yeah.
resistance against poison damage.
So roll again.
There you go.
It's not doing poison damage, it's just poison in here. Nah, she resisted.
18.
Hell yeah. Much better.
Wow. Okay.
She resisted.
Go dwarf.
So it's still 7 damage.
Oh, dwarf.
Part of his
Dwarf
attack, it
bros.
just smashes through the doorway. And for all intents and purposes, it's now like in the doorway here. And it's like barging past you because of its large form. Yeah, we'll say it gets to there. And it's just looking around. We'll leave it.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, just looking around for something and someone that's not here, and the only person that's not here is Vila. So.
Oh, alright. Which...
That's its turn. Vila, it's your go.
Yep, I
Run outside.
think this is a church that I'm in front of. Is it a church?
It's just a little stone house.
Is there anybody in it?
You have no idea. It's made out of stone.
Alright. I'm just gonna keep running away. This seems like a wise choice.
Yeah.
So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. I'm hiding behind the table
Using your
now.
action to dash.
Yep, I'll do that. I'll dash another 35. Here we go.
Are you running off the map?
I am
Grab
running.
the
It's
chicken.
10, 15.
The same
No, if I
chicken.
pick it up, it turns invisible, so I don't want to make the chicken freak out.
20, 25, 35, 10, 50. You can get to there. Oh, that's
Yep,
right.
I'm right here, and I'm hiding behind these barrels. Let's say,
Okay.
like, yeah.
Just flip yourself. There you
I'm
go.
doing that.
Let's really just go. Aquis, what are you doing? This thing's just slashed you as it's trying to like barge past you.
Point blank Eldritch Blast. His face.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it.
What you hit? What you get?
Oh no.
7.
Yeah, you don't hit. Just literally it hits it, but it just bounces off its bone-like body, just hits into the roof, and more of the roof just.
I'm just gonna stand there and look pretty, I guess.
My token. Oh, okay, there we go. She won't flip. I don't know why. I can't pick her up either.
Hover over, press F.
Oh no, it's broken.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's locked. Somehow it locked. There we go. If
There
you
you go.
right-click on it, you can lock stuff. That's what I do with the trainer stuff.
Heard.
Anything else, Chris?
Nope.
Okay. Karaya, you're up. You stealthed, you believe, round the corner. What are you doing?
I'm gonna sneak attack.
Okay.
Just like this cat has sneak attacked my microphone.
Roll me an attack.
I've rolled a sneak attack. 5 damage.
You need to roll
And
the
I
hit
have-
first.
Oh god.
You gotta hit it.
Oh. Dova, please stop falling off the table. Okay, 12.
12 unfortunately does not hit. Your arrow
Well-
bounces off its bone-like body.
It's all your fault,
Still
cat.
got your
You made
movement.
the you, it's your fault.
Still got your movement if you want to do any moving.
I don't know.
Currently here.
I know. I don't know what I want to do. I wanna murder it.
You've been inspired with bravery,
I
so.
wanna zig.
Oh, and you gain 4 temporary hit points at the start of your turn, so just make a note of that.
Wait, what? How does that work?
Because you're brave. Runes
'Cause I'm
cast a-
brave.
Yeah, Runes cast
you're
a
brave.
heroism on you, which means
Yeah.
right next to your HP, you should have a little box that says temporary HP on D&D Beyond. So you should be able to just put a 4 in there. It's like a shield.
Oh.
Think of it as a regenerative
Yeah,
shield.
yeah. Got ya. Yeah. No. Okay. So,
Cool. Well, that should go. Bromir, what are you doing?
Yeah. So, can I see its tail dangling in through the doorway here? in
Yeah,
the room
so
I'm in?
its tail's like still coming here, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna run over and slash down on its tail as hard as I can with the axe. Two-handed.
Monster Hunter
God
style.
damn it, I love that dwarf.
No, well, that wasn't very good. 7.
7
Doesn't
plus,
matter.
what's the total?
Yeah. Plus 6, so 13 total.
No, unfortunately, again, it's just your axe just slides off.
Cool.
It's such a like weird structure. There's no flesh to dig into or tear away. It's just hard bone, and you give it a glance and it slides straight off. But you're a fighter, barbarian. What are you doing? You want to do anything
Yeah,
else?
I know. So I'm gonna do action surge to
There
do
it
another
is.
action. Yeah. And
Hell yeah.
let's try again.
Oh, no.
No.
You need that barbarian reckless attacks, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, you hit it twice.
Yeah. So I'm tired.
You've just been wailing on it for a minute straight. You need a break. Rune, your go.
I am going to secure my shield in front of me and take up a defensive pose and use the dodge action.
Okay. It is the creature's go.
I'm going to get in front of between it and the keys.
Okay. He's gonna literally, after feeling those last round of attacks from you all, it's just not worried, and it's just like literally like meerkatting around. And then barges its way back up to here. You both can take attack of opportunities if you want to. You've not used your reaction already.
No, I didn't. I have to think about it.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Oh, damn, guys, all these hits!
What do I got? I have a 15 to hit.
No, unfortunately, it does not hit. Oh my god. And then it's going
Don't
to
ask
use its
declare its
action.
opportunity attack.
It's going to use its
As well.
action to double move and it's gonna literally just jump up onto the roof and like xenomorph hold onto it, like whatever's left, and start climbing around.
Do I get
Basically-
opportunity of attack?
You do, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Although it doesn't fully get onto the roof as it starts scrambling up the side of the wall, more roof claws away. So it's actually still in the room as it's kind of
Okay,
like
17.
scrambling out. It's quite of a heavy thing. 17 just hits.
Just.
Okay, so
Roll some damage.
6 total.
6 total. Okay.
Yeah.
Cut off another one of its bone spikes. It's looking like it's taking a bit of damage, but it's still kind of not like limping or anything. And it's just like tried to scramble up the wall. With that, Velia, it's your go. Still
I'm gonna
running.
hold. No, I'm feeling confident that it doesn't know where I am. I'm just gonna stay where I'm at and hold an action in case it comes out here.
Okay.
And that action will be Firebolt.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay.
Aquis, your go.
This thing's trying to run away, so I'm just going to run towards it and then point blank cast another Eldritch Blast. I don't want it going anywhere.
All right. Are you moving behind it then?
Yes.
Roll the hit.
Hopefully this one here is 22.
22 hits, yeah.
Thank the fucking Lord. 4.
4 points of damage.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, bone shards and shrapnel just blast off it from the heavy force impact. Still doesn't turn around to greet you.
This is one of those moments where Apollo's just added an extra 0 to the hit points on the end.
It's actually
I
not.
don't blame him at all.
This is a homebrew monster, I will say. But it's taken from another monster, and I've nerfed it. Do you want to know what it is after? I'll show you.
Yeah.
So yeah, Karaya, you'll go.
I guess I'll just keep shooting at it.
Just
Keep shooting at
need
it.
to get you some gunpowder.
Pew.
You need to get me some better dice.
23 finally fucking hit.
23, hell yeah.
Okay.
As it's not paying attention to you, I will say you can add your sneak attack damage. However, you need to remember to use your bonus action to hide at the end of your turns in the future.
Okay. Well,
So-
I rolled 9 in sneak attack.
Okay, and then you got your normal crossbow damage too, right?
And my normal crossbow damage is 7.
16 total. Damn, nice. So yeah, this one does find
Fireball.
purpose, and it just like goes straight into its mouth and like goes and sticks into its jawbone, just like half there. And it turns around a moment, it looks at you.
Oh, and I hide.
Okay, where are you hiding? You've got your movement, so
Back into the staircase, I guess. Like, so it's kind of
Okay.
out of view, really.
roll me a stealth check.
See if I can stealth it successfully. Who knows anymore? Apparently 16.
16's good. Okay, cool. Good to know. With that, Bromius, your go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, not using that yet. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna I guess just start making my way down.
It's still in
To the
this room,
ground.
sorry. It's not fully climbed up. It's like half on the wall climbing out. So you can still
Can I
tackle.
reach it?
Yeah, let's say. If you jump,
Oh,
jump and
okay.
attack.
Dwarf jumping at the roof
Yeah,
with his
stop.
axe. Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Imagine it's like here on the wall. Like just
Well, maybe I can hit its tail or something too,
yeah,
right? So,
yeah. It's a large creature. So.
15 plus 6, 21.
Hits. Yes, this is better, guys. Hell yeah. Roll some damage. What? 2 rounds of not landing a single hit on it, and it's like, oh, I don't give a shit about you guys now, and then you just pummeled it to fuck.
That's a 9 plus 4, 13.
13 total, okay. Chipping away at it. Rune, your go.
I'm gonna come out from around the corner and I'm going to hit it with a Sacred Flame.
Okay.
See if it'll have the same effect as last time. So I face plant.
Natural 20 on the dexterity saving throw.
Oh, fuck you.
At least you
Rolling
burned my
so well,
natural
man.
20. Like, at least I didn't crit someone. Okay.
What's going on, Apollos? This isn't like you.
I just yell out "fuck you" to the xenomorph, and I yell out to Bromir, "Attack it!" And I'm gonna cast Healing Word at him. And you can use a
Okay.
reaction to attack.
Use your reaction to a hack. So, do you want to use that now?
Yeah.
And you can heal for 8 points of damage.
Thanks.
He attacks it. or misses.
Yeah. So I was
Don't you
distracted
reckless.
by the warm feel of healing, I guess, and I just
Ooh, tinkly.
whiffed that shot. Yeah. I'll take the 8 health. Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'm very entertained by Velia's very sneaky measuring. And
See what she's in range for. I know what's going on. Okay, so Bromir against you, a 14 to hit. Does that hit?
Nope.
I think it does. That's its tail attack. It's going to take 2 attacks against you, Rune, since you're there. That's
Okay.
22
Oh yeah. That'll hit.
and a 24
They both hit.
for 2 claw attacks.
Am I going down? Find that out first before I start rolling concentration checks.
12 points of slashing damage as it just turns and just slashes at you twice before it makes its escape onto the roof. So if you've not used your reaction, you can now use your reaction as attack of opportunity. So Bromir, you yours as attack from the heal bonus.
I got that 20.
You got a nat 20, yes. Roll some damage.
Oh yeah. Only got an 11 for a
Attack of opportunity.
attack
Yeah, you missed.
opportunity. Yeah.
11 points of damage on a reaction. Nice. I'll take
Nice. Okay. 11, did you say?
it. 11.
Nice.
It's like looking visibly like chipped at now. Like you can just see it's like battle worn, hardened. If it would have blood, it'll probably be bleeding, but it doesn't. But it climbs out of view of you all, and it's now on the roof, and you hear it stomp into the front of the inn over here. Velia, it comes into sight of you as this big entity is now back on the roof, and it's just sniffing and looking and like screeching out wild. You see like this guy in the food shop over here just half wake up from his drunken stupor and just be like, what the fuck is that? Just like fell asleep from his drunken stupor in the trough. Like just wakes up and he's like now screaming at this entity now like just on the roof. There's another like guy walking back from a tavern just like, just starts running in this direction.
I'm gonna remain invisible and remain hidden right here.
Yep, it's your turn. So you're invisible.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm keeping it there.
Roll me a stealth check with advantage and you get plus 10. Oh no, it's roll me a stealth check and add 10 to it, I think, for invisibility.
17?
Is that with a plus 10?
Yep.
Okay, that's good to know.
And I'm gonna hold an action for a fireball if it comes near me.
Okay, good to know. Aquis, what are you doing? It's now out of your view.
Would I have heard it like run to the front of the building?
Yeah, you heard it stomping, like it like basically climbed out of like the roof where the hole
There's
was.
no way I'm getting up that roof. I'm not gonna do a jump out the window and Hail Mary it.
Please don't.
So I'm gonna take whatever movement I can and take an action as well to dash to get
Okay.
out of this building if possible.
I'll say you make it halfway through the building. I know it took Velia like 5, but she was casting invisibility and stuff. So, you know what? I'm just going to move you to here, but it'll take you another round to at least get to the front door. Okay.
That'll be my plan for the next turn as well.
Okay. Karaya.
Can I shoot it from the window?
No, unfortunately, no. You don't have line of sight.
God damn it. All right, I guess I'm gonna also try and get out of the building.
Okay. Technically,
Would I
you can
survive jumping out of the window? No.
not from the 3rd floor. Probably not.
I'll take the stairs.
You can use your action to dash, but you can also use your bonus action to dash. So technically, you can move faster
Okay.
if you want to use all your actions to do it. But only a rogue can do that, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Okay.
As far as I can get.
So I'll move you outside as well. You
Yeah.
will. You have to use your next turn to get out, but you'll still have an action potentially.
Okay.
So we'll lose you. Bromir.
Yeah.
You're furious. It's fucking ran away from you.
Yeah.
Again.
Too bad I don't have any more rage left. So, let me. Okay. So, I'm gonna pull the grappling hook out of my bag,
Okay.
and I'm gonna run and sort of push myself off the bunk beds towards the window. I'm just gonna crash through the window, but like try and hook that on the sill, like on the frame of the window.
Okay,
and then
here,
just
yeah,
like
to the roof.
slide down to the.
Oh, so you want to use it
the
to
grab.
get down rather than to...
Yeah.
Okay, roll me... Roll me just an athletics check as you're trying to, like,
Oh, dear
luckily
God.
find purchase of this grappling
Oh,
hook.
nat 20
Oh yeah.
Damn!
plus
Like-
+4 if you
Like a
wanted to.
little ninja, you smash through... actually, a loud ninja. You smash through the... Come on, get out the window. Smash, smash! Okay. You smash through the window.
Yeah.
Put you over there.
Yeah,
You hook the grappling hook. It gives you enough length so you go here. You
Yeah.
slide down the rest of the tiled roof and then jump onto the barrels and roll. And you just like... you're like just done this insane movement. You're standing up like... Am I like Karaya? Am I a rogue? Just literally like sliding down the tiles with your axe and just jumps into the barrels. No damage, nothing. Flawless. You see it up there. Hell yeah. Nice, like it. Rune, you just see Bromir pull out a grappling hook and just fucking leap through the window. There's not like a massive dwarven sized hole in there.
I'm just thinking to myself, what the fuck? I'm gonna just heal myself because I'm at like death's door. So yeah, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself at 2nd level,
Okay.
and I'm going to go down the stairs as far as I can. With
Okay,
my
so
little
you're
25
further
meter.
behind, so it'll take you 2.5 turns to get out, but I will put you out
Okay.
just to make sure. Because you didn't use your
Wow. First roll's a 1.
Oh no.
It's okay. So I get 10 hit points back.
Okay, so
Not at full.
that's still good. He's gonna take his action to perceive the area. And he's looking around. He sees the guy running away. And it jumps down, smelling, and starts walking in your area. Although it doesn't move too far because its movement was kind of impacted, superhero landing, and then getting up from that position. But it's definitely moving in your direction, Velia. And its head is like, doesn't fully know where you are, but it's like locked into this corner.
I don't like it. I should have just don't like it, but okay.
That's his turn. Bromir, you hear the impact. It like shakes the floor and everything like that.
Yeah.
Aquas, you use your full turn, but you get to the doorway here and you see it now there in front of you. That's your full turn. Karaya, you use your full turn, you get to the doorway, but you still have your action if you want to attack. But you don't have any movement left or a bonus action.
And
You just have an
so I
action.
shall attack. I shall attack. Yep. No sneak there, right?
No, because you use your bonus action to dash to get
20.
20 hits. Roll some damage.
9.
9. Yeah, another
Actually,
well-placed
look, I
arrow
can
in the
pop
other side of its jaw. And Rune, you are using both movement and bonus action to dash.
Just movement. Well, I'm I'm dashing with my action. I don't get a bonus.
Okay, that's what I meant, yeah. So
Yeah.
you're basically at the top of the stairs, not outside yet, but your movement next turn will put you outside. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Top of the turn, it's his go again. It's going to use its full movement. Stop here. Start sniffing and looking around.
Can we get a sense of how this creature is looking? Is it worse for wear, or is it still
Doesn't have any
care?
blood, but it's lost half and a bit more of its like bone structure. But its integral structure still there. Definitely looks less threatening than it did because all its spiky bones that were protruding from its body has been slashed and cut in half. But it still looks fucking scary. It's right upon you, and it just smashes one of the barrels next to you, like just cleaving the area.
I
That's his
remain
go.
entirely silent.
Okay, roll me another stealth check.
Plus 10, right?
Yep, so you're invisible.
12.
Okay. I'll just for transparency, when it was up on the roof to perceive, it rolled a natural 18, and when it got to here, it rolled a natural 2. So it knows you're in the area, it just has no idea fully where. So I will say
Alright.
these barrels are gone in its attack, and you're currently hiding behind the firewood. It's like, okay. That's its go.
Oh god, she did.
Velia, it's your go.
Can I try to like slowly, creepily squeeze through here and move back?
Yeah.
As
Another
quietly as
stealth check.
possible. Yep. Let's do this. 23.
23, nice. Yeah, you feel like you're being quiet and you're just moving as slow as possible. So you can only move because you're sneaking
moving.
15 feet, so it's 3 squares.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna move like right here behind this and in these
Unless
barrels
you're using
again.
your action to dash again, which you can technically do.
Okay, yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that. Let's do that.
So you get 6
So we're like coming
squares.
through here. We're like right over by this cart.
Okay, good to know. Aquis, your go. You're right at the bottom of the stairs. You've got your full action now.
I would just blast into its back.
All right. Like 100-foot range on that, right?
120.
Okay, yeah.
17 to hit.
17 just hits. Just.
Beautiful. 9 points of damage. I'm going to move forward 30 foot as well.
Okay.
There you go.
Good to know. That's your go. Karaya, you're here. You're down.
Yeah, I'm down. Can I hit it from that range with
You
arrow?
can shoot like to like 100 foot with your crossbow, I think. Or maybe it's 150.
80,
But do you want to
80.
hide first?
150.
Is it no? It's 80.
180. Yeah, 180.
80. Oh, okay, so 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. You'll have to move 10 foot closer. 2 squares. Are you going to try and
Bruh.
hide behind anything?
Yeah, this guy. No.
You're going to try and use Aquis' shadow. I'll allow it. Okay.
All right.
Roll me a stealth check.
All right. I just rogued it.
Are you fat shaming me? Trying to hide in my shadow?
20 in his shadow.
20. Okay, yeah, that's good. Roll me to attack.
Oh god. 21.
Yeah, you hit and add your sneak attack because you successfully hid in his shadow. Somehow.
4 and 11. 15.
15 total. Damn. Another well placed. So these last 3 arrows from you just finding their marks now on this thing's anatomy. That's your go. Romeo,
Yeah.
you're on this side.
Yeah. So for dash, what is that? Double my speed?
Yes, but it takes your
Okay,
action.
So that's so that's 50. So 10, 30, 40, 50.
5, 10.
I think it's here.
30, 39. Yeah, it is indeed. Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna do that.
Just full sprint. Hell yeah.
Cool.
And Rune, you'll go. Use your movement. You get to the edge of the stairs down here now. Lacking a little bit behind, but you still have your action and bonus.
I am not within range to attack or really do anything else. Yeah.
You see this guy? He just crawls into the water in the trough to try and hide from whatever this thing is. Just like drunken, like, oh my god.
I'm gonna dash up next to Keys.
Okay. This thing's go.
I think I can just make it to there. Yeah. Oh man.
Damn. Question.
Yeah.
If I have a rope, right?
Yeah.
So, would I be able to lasso the creature's tail by any chance?
Yeah, it'll be a hard thing to do, but it's a large creature, so it's more than likely can just drag you behind it. With
That's
minimal.
fine. That's fine. Or what about its head? Can I lasso its head?
You can try. It's like, you ever been
Kinda
at
like
a
spiky bits.
carnival and you're trying to like throw a rope around something that's got a billion spikes sticking out? You could probably get it, but it's still, if it's going to find its purchase, and then if your intention is to like hold it or pull it back, it's probably going to need at least 3 to 4 of you to even contest its like physical mass.
Never mind
But
then.
that's where you were going with it. I'll let.
Yeah, ish.
Okay,
Ish.
so ish. So it
Do
looks
it.
around here. He's like sniffing and just smashes this wood up here, and these barrels just like go in hand, just smashing everything here. And then he's like looking around. Let's just go. Velia, you'll go.
All right. As quietly, and because anything I touch is invisible, right? It's invisible as long as I'm holding it.
Yeah, small
pull out-
objects. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out a vial of oil.
Oh god.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm gonna very, very, very quietly. I'll roll a stealth check for this. I'm gonna unstopper it and place it on the ground sideways, and then just slightly kick it in the opposite direction, like over here.
Okay. What's your intention?
So,
Just put oil on the ground? Or...
I'm just putting oil in a spot
All right.
for reasons.
Do you want to ping the spot again?
Yeah, so it's like right here.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that it'll like all kind of pour out right there. Is that the hope?
So like a line. You want to make a line of.
Not even a line, just like a pool. You know, but maybe there's a couple drips as it goes. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like aiming to have oil there and aiming him to make him think that's where I am.
Okay. Roll me a throw check. Or no. Sleight of hand. Sleight of hand, yeah.
13.
Okay. And roll me a stealth check too.
14.
Okay. His head glances in that direction. And you make...
R.I.P. horse.
What are you doing with my horses? You successfully like throw the oil across the ground.
Okay.
That's your action.
Yep. That's it.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Akis, what are you doing?
Another Eldritch Blast into his back, and I'm just going to keep running towards it.
Okay.
This one's got a miss, surely.
What you got?
Yeah, it's a miss. 10.
Okay, yeah, that misses.
Just
Just
gonna
gets
take
into
a
the
rest of my
building
movement to
and leaves a
run towards.
giant hole in that building. Moving, yep.
Yep, 30.
Karaya, you'll go.
25, sorry, I only have 25.
Moving
so-
a couple of steps forwards, continue, and
30,
the
so
same
you're here.
thing.
5, 10, 15, 20, There you go.
Shooting it again, I guess.
Yep.
Wow, you got this.
Are you trying to hide again?
But yeah, if I hide, I hide.
Remember, you gotta try and hide to do the extra damage.
Okay, so I'm gonna hide in the shadow again for 20.
20, hell yeah.
Stop fat shaming me, damn it.
Shadow shaming you. It's good shadows. Then I'm going to see if I actually hit it.
Yeah.
Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. Hit it. 22. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is. Ooh, this is 5 damage, and sneak damage would be 2. Not fantastic. Not fantastic, but we
It's
got
you
a little
guys.
bit of damage.
Do you know when you're successfully stealthed as well, you get advantage on the attack? So technically roll again, because you could crit it. Just roll a d20, just roll a normal attack. But yeah, that's a good thing to note as
Good
well.
call.
Make sure
10.
you, if you do successfully stealth, then roll to attack. Sorry, how much
Yeah,
damage?
10.
10 damage. You didn't crit again, did you?
No, but
Okay.
10.
Good stuff. Amazing. Romeo, and then Rune, you're up after.
Yeah, I'll do another dash.
Okay, remember you can go diagonal as well. Might get you a little bit extra.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot then. It's the same?
Kind of the same,
Yeah.
but
Well, whatever. I'll just do how I did. Because I already calculated it, so
okay, cool.
yeah. I'll
Rune,
fix
you'll
it
go.
next time.
I'm gonna come up as far as my little legs will carry me, and I think I should be just in range for a sacred flame. Yeah, 60 feet.
Yeah, just. Dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
Uh,
Should I roll or not? I'm banking on not. Come on, roll out.
10. So yeah, failed.
Nice. 2 points.
2 points.
I am contributing. Yay.
He's looking seriously injured now.
My 2 points almost did it.
Frustratingly, it's gonna smash this wooden beam and cause this to just tumble over.
Oh boy.
Can you roll me a dexterity saving throw, please, Velia?
Okay. 16.
Okay, you managed to just jump out the way. It's gonna use its full movement to climb up onto this roof. Like,
Oh,
it's literally
son of a-
full movement just climbing up the outside of this.
The bane of all barbarians. Primal fly.
That's his full movement. Velia, your go.
As like carefully as I can, and as quietly as I can, I'm going to move towards my party.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check and move 30 foot if you're using your bonus action too. Oh, you can't use your bonus action, Das.
13?
Technically, you can
30.
only... Yeah.
13 is myself.
So you can only... I got it wrong, Ghelfi. You can only move 15 feet because you can't use your bonus action to dash. It's your actual
Yep.
action. So your actual action stealth. But yeah. You feel like you're trying to be sneaky and tired and that's just all collapsed around you. So you're trying to use the dust from that.
Yeah, it's like I'm like hiding underneath this rubble right now. Like I'm crouched down underneath this rubble.
Okay. Akis, sure go. Although it does have partial cover now with a roof.
I'm just going to do the same thing. I'll just blast. Actually, yeah, I'm going to take my full movement, which isn't 30 foot as I thought. It was actually 25, so I'm going to dash for 50.
Man.
Karaya,
50.
you can just see it, but it has half cover from the roof, so it's going to be harder to hit. What are you doing?
Is there any way I can see it better?
Not unless you're on a roof.
Oh, don't tempt me.
Do it.
Then I'm going back on my roof. No, I'm gonna try and shoot it from partial cover, I guess.
Yep. Roll me an attack.
18.
18 unfortunately misses. It just hits
Wow.
the cover in the wall. Romeo, and then Rune, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna dash right over here.
Okay. Rune?
And then look up stupidly and be like,
What's up, danger?
We'll move over to here, I think.
At this point, you do
And-
hear like these heavy footfalls, probably about 100 foot from you in this direction, and a horn goes off. Ooh.
Better late than never. And I fire off another sacred flame.
Okay, roll me. Oh, okay.
Roll me a d20, please.
I'm gonna give myself advantage on this because he's like behind cover.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, he passes, unfortunately. One fails.
That's too good.
So yeah, for all
Yeah.
intents and purposes, the monster is essentially escaping. Does anyone want to try and pursue? That's what I'm gonna ask.
I mean, the thing can climb
Quite.
and likely fly. Like, there's no way of following this thing.
No.
Kind of want to, but no.
Okay. So for just this moment, for now, we are out of combat. Guards are rushing to your position. And I think that's where we'll end this episode. God damn! Hell
That
yeah!
monster, Jesus.
We might not have won, but we did survive.
Like touch and go at a few
Spiced
points.
up Fine devil or something? Like, what the fuck is that
I
thing?
apologize to the group for like running away, but I also didn't want everybody in the end to die. So
No, you played your character, and honestly, that's what I would. If you figured that this thing is targeting you, I'd been like straight out of there. Honestly, like
yeah, I did. I was gone.
you played it perfectly.
I did
I'd
have an
have thrown
idea to
the-
like. I was gonna try to get to Karaya and attach a vial of oil to one of her arrows, have her shoot it, and then I would fireball. This was my whole like,
I love combo
Secondary
stuff like
friend.
that.
but like
Sick.
alas.
So yeah,
That would have been cool.
it's a homebrew monster. But if you want to look at like the thing I based it off, which is just a bone devil, it's a very high challenge rating.
Yeah.
It has a lot of damage immunities as well, so a lot of the attacks you guys were doing is just halved because you don't have magical weapons and stuff. But yeah, you beat it down by 104 hit points. Total.
shit.
Those
So
magic missiles were doing work.
Those magic missiles, those force hits, like, yeah, really smashing against it. So yeah, you did a lot of good damage to it. But yeah, it's loosely based off a bone devil, but generally devils don't work with whatever this thing has been sent by. So, but it's
I
cool.
see.
It's a creature made out of pure bone. But yeah, amazing. So we're gonna wrap up there. It's been a bit of a long one, so I apologize, but I hope you all enjoyed the episode. And on that note, we'll be back in 2 weeks for episode 10, and we'll pick up where we left off here with, are you guys going to explain it from the guards, or are you just going to run away? We'll see.
I will not be here in 2 weeks. I'll be in Egypt. So
Oh,
that's why-
jeez.
sorry. But
That's crazy.
I have a wedding to go to. But I wanted to clarify that Julia will definitely come out of hiding in the next episode. Tell the group, like, hey, I ran away like a pussy because I was trying to make sure people didn't die.
Okay.
Turned out it worked. And then she's going to be cocky about it.
If you could, send me any
Yeah.
specific notes you want me to NPC for her.
Got it.
Like, if you want to reveal anything about the vision that you saw, or anything like
Yeah,
that,
okay,
and I'll
I
make
will.
sure to include those. If not, I'll just do my best. Amazing.
Also, bear in mind, so just as Bromir, I will ask, like I noticed it was targeting you, so my thoughts are it's after the bag. So I'm gonna ask, like, do you think that's what it's after?
And I'm going to definitely tell you yes. And then I'm going to tell you about the vision.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
If you want to
Promise,
write
right.
up something,
And I'm gonna ask, why didn't you just throw the bag out? And gonna be really pissed off that Velia abandoned us. And yeah,
if you want to write up,
Love it.
if you want to write up any specific questions that you might have with Velia, and Velia write up any answers in the Discord, I'll let a little bit of meta go just because I want you to explain it, Cress, because it'll be better. And then we'll just bring that and then we'll read that out into the next episode. I think that'll be the best way to do it. So if you can, tonight or tomorrow, basically you've got 2 weeks. If you've got any specific questions for Velia and Velia to answer them, vice versa, just throw it in the general chat in Discord, guys, and we'll do that out. next time. But yes, some hit and miss moments. Some of you, do need new dice. You were missing it a bunch, but it was a tough
So
cookie.
glad I didn't die jumping at the window.
That was insane. One of the best Bromia moments.
great.
Yeah, honestly, great.
I do have to drop you guys, but much love to all of you, and I'll see you
Yeah,
guys later.
thank you so
Bye.
much. So we're gonna wrap up. Thank you, everyone.
much.
Good night. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Yeah, that Bromia moment.
Thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate you all. If you enjoyed the show, please make sure you hit that follow button. Go follow my YouTube, my Twitter, and also at Azorianpost on Twitter too. Make sure you do D&D cast or party. Sorry. Go follow all of our lovely players, and we'll see you all in 2 weeks for episode 10, where we'll pick up from this explosive ending. Thank you so much, and I'll be live tomorrow playing some Tarkov if anyone is interested. Thank you, everyone. Make sure you hit that follow button. Tune back in, and I appreciate your faces. Bye-bye.